Udah mulai ya? Oh udah deh.
Legit.
Aku udah mulai. Udah bejir. Bejir. Kita jadi LD jir. Aduh, resolusinya ngawur.
Bentar, oke.
Aku siapa?
Udah ganti layar deh gue. Gitu.
Oh, udah. Kita belum opening apa-apa aja. Opening
Makanya tadi kan
dong.
masih gue megang ganti layar buat opening gitu. Dia malah apa tuh, aduh ini salah resolusi, aduh Riwin. Selamat siang, selamat
Totally
datang
professional.
kembali nih.
Fiat Saturday!
Aduh.
Woo!
Oh, nanti aja dibilangnya deh. Lanjut dulu gitu. Kita
Apa,
lanjut.
apa, apa, apa,
Nah, gue mau bilang
apa.
minggu depan sama 2 minggu depan mungkin. Nah,
Oh, aku bahkan tidak tahu guys. This is news to me,
what do you
even to the
mean aja,
co-host.
yo.
Apa Ji?
Kan 2 minggu depan mah gak bisa aja. What do you mean
I
aja?
don't even know.
Hah? Kan lu mau ke titik temu minggu depan. Habis itu minggu depannya lagi lu masih
Iya,
di
iya,
Jakarta. Ya
iya.
udah, lu mau weekend malah nge-host weekend Friday ya, weekend Saturday. Really?
Fiat
Really?
Saturday. Gak tahu aja. I actually don't know. I don't plan stuff, okay?
Oh my god, what's new? Nothing's new. The news is apa, for the next 2 weeks nasib Vian Saturday mungkin tidak akan, mungkin ada atau
Hangs
tidak
in the
ada ya.
balance.
It's a Schrodinger Vian Saturday.
Schrodinger Fiat Saturday. The best kind of Fiat Saturday.
Kak, Aether beli enggak Vian Saturday, tapi gue nya Vian Saturday dan gue mungkin main game aneh-aneh, atau Vian Saturday nggak usah ada sama sekalian biar apa, biar libur dulu gitu. Aether of Death.
At
Yang pasti
least ya
nggak
next
Umineko ya,
week
pasti
ya.
nggak Umineko.
Yang jelas next week kita jam berapa sih biasanya Fiat
Jam
Saturday?
satu
Jam
biasanya, jam
1
satu.
WIB ya.
Iya.
Belum sampai belum sampai.
Makanya
Kalau
anjing.
gimana kalau kita ganti jadi malam or something?
No way. Dulu kamu, oh kan nggak
Karena
ada sesi sama sekali ya.
aduh, aku udah gak ada sesi ya. Bisa lah kita ngobrol di balik
Hmm.
layar nanti. Bro, I don't plan stuff, bro.
Aduh.
Alright. Okay, but let the future be the future. Right now, it's time to lock in. Ntar. Ada suaranya nggak?
Ada
Nggak ada
suara
musik
jam,
ya?
nggak ada musik, tapi ada suara jam.
Gue nggak denger suara apa-apa loh di stream Discord-nya.
Apa sih?
Iya, di stream Discord ya, di stream Discord.
Coba lanjut dulu ya.
Aku salah.
Coba lanjut
Salah
sampai ada
apa?
dialog ya. Coba lanjut sampai ada dialog.
Okay.
Tugasmu narator.
Grandfather's
Okay.
study. I'd heard rumors about it beforehand, so I wasn't that shocked. He had done nothing more than fortify it thoroughly with his occult hobbies. If grandfather hobbies had been chasing after pop idols, these walls might be buried beneath idol posters. Even if I didn't understand it, I did realize that this room was a bundle of all pastimes. Even so, I couldn't help but remain dumbfounded by the smell of his creepy medicine and the sweet stench that seemed to melt my head. Ada.
Ada suara ya berarti.
Ada. Aman. When the door was closed, it automatically made a clunk. I see. This is the auto lock that is activated whenever the door is closed. and there were only 2 keys that could open this room from the outside, both of which were in this room. In other words, it had become a closed room now. The shutter, the receipt, the chain, and now the auto lock. This 4th door had the most magnificent lock yet, and this was doubtlessly a closet room. Just to make absolutely sure that the room was secure, we checked all over for ways in or out. The window was tightly locked. That should have been enough, but just in case, we tried knocking all over the walls. After all, we had talked about there being a hidden door in this room. But we couldn't find anything suspicious. Grandfather's study was very large. Even though we called it a study, it wasn't really a single room. It could be divided into 4 basic sections: a study section, a bedroom section, a toilet or a bathroom section, and a section for cooking that had a sink. I see. This study really does have enough in it to live in. Now I see how grandfather could live his whole life in this room without ever leaving. It seemed that grandfather wasn't in the habit of watching TV, because there was no television or even radio in this room. We can't do anything except pass the time listening to the sound of the rain until tomorrow morning. Dr. Nanjo looked closely at the chessboard that sat on the table in front of the sofa and muttered. It was apparently the partly finished chess match he had been playing with grandfather until yesterday. The black had the white pretty well cornered, and it looked like checkmate would be reached within few moves. The last part of the endgame. Even though checkmate had almost been reached, the endgame had been rushed. And in the end, it was never completed.
金蔵さん、やはりこの勝負は決着がつきませんでしたな。南條先生。わしは長く金蔵さんの友人だったが、金蔵さんのことを知っているのは半分だけでしかなかった。金蔵さんにはいつも聡明な金蔵さんと何かの強化、金蔵さんの2人が
Kinzo aslinya 2 orang.
That's why apa nanti kita ketemu Kinzo hidup terus setelah itu apa itu Kinzo yang satu lagi bukan Kinzo. That's the Kinzo that happened by some madness, not the Kinzo that wise or the wise one.
Kinzo さんのことを何も理解してはおらんかった。
So Beatrice is just Kinzo the wise, and Kinzo is just Kinzo the mad. In the direction of Kumasawa-san's upward gaze, a portrait of Beatrice could be seen. It wasn't massive like the one hanging in the entrance hall, but small, made for this room. Grandfather probably spent every day in this room, and so much of his time talking to the witch in that portrait. Who was Beatrice to grandfather in the first place? Right now, you couldn't just explain it away by saying it was a story made by the parents to frighten children away from the wandering into forest. While eating the canned food we have brought from the kitchen, we talked together about who Beatrice was. whether the culprit was Beatrice herself or someone pretending to be her. Whether they were a witch or a human, that was besides the point. The woman in this portrait was strongly related to the roots and background of this case. You couldn't talk about this case without talking about her. Oh iya, belum dibacaan.
ええ、まだ開けていませんでしたね。開けてみましょう。
Jangan dibuka. Oh, Natsuhi took out that western envelope. Genji-san pulled a paper knife out of a drawer in the study desk and handed it to her. While watching her open it, George Aniki grimaced slightly.
Why?
After all, it was a letter left at the site where his parent had been murdered. There was a good chance its contents would say something unbearable to him. Oh, Natsuhi also seemed to realize that. So she glanced over the content first without reading it aloud. We were a little frightened that she might grimace after reading something shocking, but she just frowned unhappily.
内容は何と？
不愉快な一文があります。私たちを挑発するつもりなのでしょう。
Natsuhi, after deciding that the contents could be shown to the children, set it openly on the table. Everyone stared at it at the same time.
我が名をたたえよ。なんだよこれ。
Praise the Lord! Just praise my name.
Doang.
うせえぜ。
ベアトリーチェの勝ち名乗りみたいなものだろうね。
Tapi kan Kinzo yang minta di Parisa.
くそ。大方、また怪しげな魔法陣でも出てくるのを期待してたんだろう。
魔法陣ではなかったけどね。想像は裏切られなかったよ。
どういう意味でしょう。自分の存在を誇示したいのでしょうか。
そう考えるのが妥当でしょう。この手紙で初めて私たちは昨夜の手紙の主が犯人であると理解できる。ここに書かれている内容よりも昨夜と同じ封筒でというところに意味があるものと思います。
封筒も風浪も間違いなく親方様が使われていたものです。
おお、もう私には何が何だか分かりませんよ。こんなことは後宮のお家にお仕えして以来初めてのことです。
昨日の手紙の言う通りなら、ベアトリーチェは自称じい様の最古の腹心だ。じい様も常々そう口にしてたんですよね。
I spoke to Genji-san and Komasawa-san, who nodded together.
ってことは、じい様の次に詳しいのは源氏さんと熊沢さんってことになる。話してくれないっすか。
私は長いことわざと耳にしなかった話です。ですがこの後に及んではそうも言っていられません。源氏、知っている限りを話しなさい。
Anasirasai. Genji-san didn't answer. Did he remain silent despite his knowledge, or did he know nothing at all? Still, I had a good guess. The ghost story of the witch Beatrice had long been deified among the servant. He had probably been very close to grandfather and his occult hobbies. So there was a good chance that he would be indoctrinated with even weirder things and had increasingly come to deify the witch. As grandfather's most trusted servant, who had sworn loyalty to him, he might be the most influenced by the illusion of the witch that grandfather had created. So there was only one reason for Genji-san to remain silent. He could speak, but it would definitely cause a backlash. So it's better if he kept his mouth shut. And it wasn't like we would believe him anyway. Something along those lines. A short while ago, Maria had been more than willing to speak bluntly and unrestrainedly, and that had earned her a scuffle with Jessica. It was natural for Genji-san to keep his silence. Ooh.
What the fuck is concubine?
Slir?
Oh.
His concubine. That could be possible. For ordinary poor people, polygamy isn't only viewed negatively from a moral perspective, it's also unmaintainable financial situation. But that isn't the case for the very rich. It's possible for them to have another lover in addition to their real wife. We cannot deny the possibility that grandfather had another woman in his life besides grandmother.
かもな。ばあ様は生きてた頃、よく疑ってたらしいぜ。浮気相手がいるってな。俺はてっきりそれは、じい様の想像の中の魔女のことを指してるんだとばかり思ってたんだが。
そりゃなんとも面白い話になってきたぜ。源氏さんは俺に言ったよな。ベアトリーチェはこの屋敷ができる以前からじい様に仕えてたって。
お屋敷が竣工したのは昭和27年と聞いています。
ってことはベアトリーチェという人は30年以上も昔からおじい様と連れ添っていたということになるね。
その30年前の愛人、もしくはその縁者や隠し子が何かの恨みがあって何らかの復讐を企んだか。なるほど。洋館ミステリーっぽいありがちなストーリーになってきたじゃねえか。
汚らわしい話ですが、一番納得できる筋書きです。どうですか、源氏。
おそらく親方様に恋愛の感情は終わりになられたでしょう。亡くなられた奥様より愛しておられたに違いありません。
ベアトリーチェってのは何者なんだよ。そして今はどうしてるんだ。
お屋敷ができるより前にお亡くなりになったと聞いています。
Oh my god.
She's dead, bro.
はい。親方様は大層深く悲しまれ、ベアトリーチェ様を蘇らせる方法として、黒魔術に傾倒なさっていったのです。親方様はベアトリーチェ様を心の底から愛しておられたのです。このような狂気に駆り立てるほどに。
As Genji-san said this, he spread his arms, as though asking us to look at this room, filled with the signs of grandfather's madness. We were all at a loss for words. Normally, black magic seems like it would be just creepy, and it's really hard to imagine why someone might be so enraptured by it. Since Kinzo was just an eccentric who had restored the Ushiromiya family amidst his madness, nobody had tried to understand him. The only thing on grandfather's mind has been the loss of a beloved woman. And his inescapable sorrow. Earlier, this room had seemed creepy. But in an instant, it had changed into something we could understand completely. Pity is what we're feeling. The creepy books, the magic circles, the medicine, all of it. It all existed simply because he wanted to revive the face of a single woman who had left this world over 30 years ago.
一度だけ深く酔われた親方様にベアトリーチェ様のお話を聞かされたことがあります。詳しいことは忘れてしまいましたが、それはもう女の私が聞いて羨むような深い深い愛情でございました。
金蔵さんは後宮家の当主を継いだ時、当時まだ生き残っていた後宮家の長老たちの意向で、
bapak ya, grandfather aja kena arrange marriage nya ini.
つまり後宮家にとって得になる女性との結婚を強制された。
さようです。金蔵さんは
さようです。
お家復興のためだけに当主に据えられ、全ての重責を背負わされたのです。そんな金蔵さんがどこでどういう経緯でベアトリーチェと知り合ったのかは分かりかねます。
それ以上語るのは無粋だな。
That was when grandfather truly fell in love for the first time. Just how deep was his affection for her? That was easy to see just by looking around us. This room was covered with piles upon piles of things having to do with black magic. And grandfather spent every day shut in here, immersed in his research and isolated from the outside world, never regretting 1 minute of it. You couldn't help but recognize the depths of grandfather's love for Beatrice.
私誤解してたよ、ケンジさん。
何をでしょうか。
私、使用人の人たちが魔女を問診するのは、じい様の気持ち悪い黒魔術趣味に感化されてるからじゃないかって違ったんだな。
By acting as though Beatrice's soul at least had been restored and existed inside this mansion, they might have hoped to soothe grandfather's heart. With closed eyes and the expressions of one remembering something from the distant past, Genji had broken his long silence. In making that confession, he probably felt like he was betraying his one and only master in the most serious way, even though that person was already dead. Beatrice has revived as a witch, and she is in the mansion even now.
Kenapa dia bilang true year? I cannot believe Kinzo is one of the yearner hearing yearner FM.
Yeah, he'll probably listen to our yearner FM. Genji had said it, had believed it, had made people believe it, and would take that with him to the grave. This might have been the last service he could offer up to his master. The legend of the witch, the mysterious tale of Rokenjima that was still whispered of amongst the servant. his true nature was a sad lie. No, it was an act of kindness towards grandfather, who had lost the person he loved above all else.
私はお父様の前で魔女を否定する話を何度か口にした覚えがあります。今ならそれがどれだけお父様を傷つけていたかわかります。
今の僕にならわかるよ。シャノンを蘇らせる方法が黒魔術だというなら、僕は今すぐにもこの部屋の次の主となって研究を始めるよ。
兄貴。
Another strand of tears dripped from George's eye. Maybe his tears were infectious. Tears rose to Jessica's eyes too, and she sniffled.
ベアトリーチェは言っていたよ。もうじき蘇ることができる。会うことができるって。
Very soon, the door to the Golden Land will be opened. In the promised land that glitters gold, the souls of all the dead will be resurrected, along with the love that has been lost. Then I will sleep in a world of peacefulness for all time.
そう言ったのか。マリアに手紙を渡したベアトリーチェは。
信じないよね。
ここにじい様がいたならきっと喜んだろうな。もうじきベアトリーチェが蘇ることにさぞや踊り上がって喜んだろうな。なら俺は信じたぜ。じい様が半生をかけて研究したことで蘇り、愛した女の魂が蘇ったと信じて寿命を全うできるって言うんなら俺も信じたぜ。
バトラー。
一人の女性をずっと愛し続けた気持ちが周りにも伝わり真実となる。それを気遣いと呼べばそれまでだろうけれど、今の僕はあえてそれを魔法と呼んであげたいね。
気遣いじゃないよ。
The true form of magic.
本当に魔法だよ。魔女だよ。やっぱり誰にもベアトリーチェの姿は見えないんだね。
Sugata. Some time passed. As we listened to the sound of the rain, we considered what kind of love and madness must have possessed the owner of this room, as he spent half of his life here. Would you, Bo?
女の私から聞けば、お父様の純愛の気持ちも少しは理解したいところ
I
です。
think there's this thing that you this thing called move on or pass on. I don't know.
Pass on!
That you need to learn slash experience.
それではお母様の達成があります。
同感だぜ。浮気は浮気。綺麗事にされちゃかなわねえよな。
それもそうだな。ばあ様が気の毒になっちまうぜ。
それでベアトリーチェとおじい様の間に子供がいたなんて話はある？
The keyword Beatrice has been hidden in every corner of this case, so it's natural to suspect some relative of hers.
いえ、そのような話は聞いたことがありません。
仮にいたとしたら最愛の人の忘れがたみとしてきっと全ての愛情を注ぎ込んだだろうね。それがなく黒魔術に没頭していったなら子供はいなかったと考えるべきなのかな。
そういえばこんな噂を聞いたことがあるぜ。知ってるだろ。じい様が福音の家っていう孤児院に莫大な援助をしてるって話。
Where are you going with this? What the fuck?
Dia projecting
Yoshina-san.
anaknya.
それはお父様を冒涜する中傷に過ぎません。
教えてくれよ、夏日おばさん。隠し事はなしなのはおばさんもだと思うっすよ。
くだらない話です。お父様はその施設に莫大な援助をし、社会勉強の一環として当家の使用人雇用枠を開放していました。それをお父様に汚らわしい趣味があると吹聴する愚か者がいたというだけの話です。
一時期それが黒魔術の生贄にするためだみたいな噂になってさ。実際いつもこの部屋で怪しげな実験や儀式を繰り返してたわけで、私も半分は信じてたところがあったぜ。
I half believed it is your
福
grandfather,
音の
bro.
家出身の使用人ってのは
何人かいますが、親族会議中のシフトではシャノンとカノンの2人でした。
To resurrect Beatrice, he brought in servants from an orphanage as human sacrifices.
確かにじい様が使用人として選ぶのはいつもシャノンやカノン君くらいの若い子ばかり。私だってじい様には妙な趣味があるに違いないって信じてたぜ。
Bizarro biasanya.
ジェシカ、言葉を慎みなさい。
When Aunt Natsuhi scolded her, the atmosphere instantly went sour, and everyone fell quiet. However, something was tugging at the back of my mind. Sacrifices. Sacrifices. Human sacrifices brought over from an orphanage. What is it? Freaky words like sacrifice don't pop up often. And yet I've seen or heard that word recently. Some part of my memory is tugging at me. Hey, Beatrice, what do you know? I had arrived in front of the portrait of Beatrice. It wasn't as massive as the one in the entrance hall. But that portrait, which must have been drawn by some famous painter, was still just as intimidating in the smaller size. Below it, just like in the entrance hall, was the epitaph that supposedly hinted at the location of the hidden gold.
生贄だ。
なんだよパトラ。
Bedakah
急に気持
epitaph?
ち悪いこと言うなよ。
生贄を6人。
Oh my god, this is just apa tuh mereka baru nyadar, oh the musik sacrifice.
Yang mati-mati itu ya.
Iya.
Both of my eyes were as wide as plates. Everything has been predicted right there from the very beginning. Everyone crowded around, and the same expression of shock rose to all of our faces. That's right. It's right there in the epitaph. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices.
間違いない。最初に死んだのは6人だ。そしてシャッターに書かれた魔法陣じゃねえ、ヘブライ語でも生贄を捧げると書いてあった。
私は最初からそう言ってる。
That's right. Maria said it right at the start. Right after we found the 6 bodies when Maria was in the parlor watching TV, she said it. Oh, the culprit isn't human. It's just the sacrifices chosen by the key. Oh.
これは黄金の隠し場所なんかじゃねえ。黒魔術か何かの復活の儀式の手順なんだ。確かこの碑文には大勢の死が必要になるはず。
確かにざっと読むだけでも 6+2+5 で 13人は死ななくちゃならないことになってるぜ。
普段はこの島には何人いるんですか？
使用人のシフトにもよるでしょうが、お父様、夫に、私にジェシカ、そして使用人が2、3人。昨日今日は5人いてもらってますが、普段はそこまでいません。
ってことはだ、この儀式を実行しようとしたら普段じゃ生贄が足らないってわけだ。
Tapi kan bisa di carry out tahun lalu karena yang tahun lalu cuma gak ada battle doang, tapi sisanya masih ada. Mana main.
What do you mean? Kalau nggak ada batternya kurang satu dong.
6 tambah 2 tambah 5 berarti butuh 13.
Tapi ada 18 sekarang ya? Iya, ada 18, Jil.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Iya, ada 18.
Iya, banyak, Jir.
Banyak, Jil.
じいさま、福音の家から不気味な儀式の生贄にするために使用人を取ったという噂。
つまりなんだよ。生贄の人数を増やすために使用人を増やし、さらに人数が集まる年に一度の親族会議はこの儀式を執り行える年にたった一度唯一のタイミングだったってことじゃねえか。
When Jessica screamed this, Maria broke out at a creepy laugh, looking truly pleased.
人は運気を試すためにある種の確率に願掛けをすることがない？
How do you know about bets? Like throwing a sandal and saying that if it lands right side up, tomorrow will be sunny. Or saying that tomorrow will be a good day if a coin lands heads up. There are many little superstitions like that. Sometimes, when your luck is down, and you get bored, and you roll the dice and get 3 6s, you want to believe it's a portent of some miracle. When flipping a sandal, you have at worst a 50% chance. Even if you get it right side up, it's not worth much. But if you carelessly roll 3 dice, and they all come up 6, you might think that's a small miracle.
魔術にもそういう考えはあるんだよ。限りなくありえない出目を期待してひたすらに祈祷を続ける。そうして蓄えられた祈祷の念は奇跡の出目が現れた時魔力を持って具現化される。おじいさまがしようとした魔術は多分そういうもの。鍵が無作為に選ぶ生贄の抽選。それに万が一自分が当たることがないようにこの島に最も人が多くなる日を選んで儀式を実行した。
バカバカしい。これらが全て怪しげな魔法の儀式の過程で起こった事件だと言い出すのですか。
Natsuhi yelled. She couldn't quell the fear that the scorpion charm might be the only reason she was still safe. If I hadn't received that charm from Jessica and hung it from my doorknob, would I have been killed, mixed in along with those 6? And the strangest part is, even though I hung the charm from the inside of my door, they couldn't get through that door. The culprit noticed the charm from the outside of the door and gave up trying to open it. A human couldn't have perceived that. A charm meant to stop something that was not human had done exactly that. Impossible. Impossible. Impossible.
だが夏日さん、
ありえない。
確かに碑文の内容はその後もなぞっとる。
第二の晩に残されし者は寄り添う二人を引き裂け。
No, that's not true. Yang telepatnya si siapa? Si Beatrice ya.
We
don't even know who killed them.
Tapi kan specifically those who remains dibilang. Kalau kita harusnya semuanya ikutan. Semuanya tahu, sadar.
As in bisa aja itu. Maksudnya terror partnya di sini kan not literally kill. Terror partnya di sini kayak isolate, which we kinda did. we tear apart the harusnya kan semua kan kemarin kan di itu tuh di parlor ya kan, semua orang harus diam di sana, but then we had a conversation and then we tear apart the two of them to be isolated away.
そうだな。第2の番を実行し、第3の番をその場に残した。
Tapi kan ini belum nyampe malam ketiga. There's so much contradiction in this episode. I don't know why. I don't buy it. I don't buy it.
Iya, kecepatan actually. On the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. If you read it this way, it just keeps going on, doesn't it? On the fourth twilight, gouge the head and kill. Gouge the head and kill. George Aniki's parents were killed by those demon ice pigs. Gouge into their heads. But if they were the second twilight, someone else must have been gouged in the head.
じい様だ。焼却炉の中で焼かれてたから、そっちに目が行っちまって気づかなかったが、じい様も眉間に、いや、頭をえぐられてた。
Ya kah? No. Oh ya, ada sama Asik.
Burn in nature with the weapons of Asik.
じい様が第4の番の犠牲者。
The fuck is a twilight, guys?
じゃあカノン君は
Kalau kita mulai tengah malam ya, Vin.
Yeah, I know. Maksudnya kayak, then why is it not? Why are the twilights not aligning? There must be something else it means by
第5の
twilight.
番に胸をえぐりて殺せ。カノン君については犯人との突発的な遭遇による犯行だと思ってたけど、違う。誰か一人をおびき出し、胸を貫くことを初めから狙っていたんだ。
もし犯人がこれをなぞっているとしたなら、また3人が死ななければならないというのですか。
In the sixth twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. Wah, itu tuh, dokter itu. In the seventh twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the eighth twilight, gouge the leg and kill.
確かにそう読み取れますけど。
I don't buy her acting to be gonna with Manos.
いや、そいつはどうかな。あと3人が死ねば第9の番になる。見てみろよ。
On the ninth twilight, the witch shall revive and none shall be left alive.
私たちはベアトリーチェにみんな殺される。
わけがわかんねえ。結局何人いようか最後には全員死ぬってことじゃねえか。
Is twilight just hours?
No.
この儀式じゃじい様自身何をどうしたって生き残れねえじゃないか。
Jangan baca
誰も
setengah-setengah.
生き残れなくていいんだよ。第10の番には黄金鏡にたどり着く。
On the 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain the power of the Golden Land's treasure, once and for the last time. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures.
おじい様は死を恐れてなんかいなか。ほら、4つの宝の2番と3番を見てごらんよ。
一つは全ての死者の魂を蘇らせ、一つは失った愛すらも蘇らせる。つまりおじい様は自分がこの儀式の途中で死んでしまってもやがては復活できると信じてた。
バカバカしいぜ。妄言だぜ。死んだらそれまでだろ。死者は生き返らない。人類が何千年もかけて追い求め、結局は未だに成し遂げられない奇跡だぜ。 つまりこういうことだろ。死後の世界で再会できて蘇ることができるとか、そういう類だろ。
ジェシカの言い分通りだとするなら、老い先短いじい様が恋に狂っての自殺まがい、いや壮大な無理心中ってことなのか。
天智、その可能性を考えられるのですか？
わかりません。親方様は時に1000年の未来を見越されるほど
1000 years into the future.
しかし
Sometimes.
そんな私にはそれが狂気としか映らないこともあります。
Bro is literally the potential
それ
man.
ってイエスって意味だよな。熊沢さんはどうなんだよ。
私は何も知りません。
I don't mind.
知りません。
That's
とも
right. Yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind.
知っていたなら今日この島にいると思いますか？手病でも何でも使ってお休みしていますよ。
おじい様の長年の友人である南條先生のご意見は？
源氏さんに同じです。金蔵さんは凡人をはるかに超越した方だった。そこにある種の人間離れした力すらも感じることはありました。私にも金蔵さんが何を考えてこの碑文を残されたのかわからない。
一つだけ言えるのは、仮にこの筋書きを作ったのがお父様であっても、
The script.
確かに少なくともじい様とカノン君を襲った犯人は他にいる。しかもそいつはこの碑文通りまだ事件を続けようとしている。
僕たちが深く考えなかった最初の手紙、あれには何て書いてあっただろう。
We thought back to the recitation of the letter last night. Beatrice had proclaimed something inside it. She had proclaimed that according to her contract with Kinzo, she would collect everything of the Ushuromio family as interest. But she had also revealed a special clause. If someone discovered the location of the gold the grandfather had hidden, that right would be lost. When the letter was read, grandfather was still alive. But at the time, it had already been sealed with the wax by the head's ring. Which means grandfather had handed the ring over to Beatrice while he was still alive. If we take a straightforward approach, maybe we should assume Beatrice is carrying out that strange contract with grandfather guaranteeing her that right. In other words, this was the same as saying grandfather knew of and approved the contents of that letter. Well, in other words, it's basically a joint message from Beatrice and grandfather, telling us that Beatrice will start collecting interest if we don't solve the riddle. In other words, grandfather and Beatrice were demanding that we try and solve the riddle of the epitaph. If we couldn't, they were saying that the massacre would be carried out according to the epitaph. What does that mean? What do they want? I don't have a clue what it means.
ほら、ベアトリーチェからまた手紙だよ。
なんだって？
Maria was pointing at the top of the table, where the canned food everyone had been eating now still lay. A Western envelope from Beatrice certainly was sitting there. But so what? Oh. Aunt Nasihi let out a hysterical cry, looking between her own hand at the table. Because the envelope she had just opened was still grasped in her hand. So why is there still an envelope on the table?
なんだよ、どういうことだよ、マリア。その封筒はどこから出てきたんだ。
今見たら置いてあった。
私は何も知りませんよ。何も。
冗談じゃねえ。 ここには俺たち8人しかいねえ。9人目がこっそり忍び込んでいたなんてこともあるわけがね。俺たちがちょうど
Ingat tadi
肖像画の前に集まって
si Maria bilang,
わずかの
wah
隙しか
kalian
ない
nggak
んだ。
bisa lihat ya. Gitu. Hmm.
全員下がりなさい。壁へ
Whoa. Oh, Natsuhi was pointing the rifle at Genji and the others, bellowing at them. Genji-san was...
Kenapa ada liriknya ini?
Yeah, anjir. Genji-san was overpowered, his face looking like he didn't have a clue what was going on. Of course, I felt the same, but a few moments late I reached the same conclusion as our Natsuhi had. Until just a few seconds ago, there had been no letter like this on the table. And nobody entered this room. That means someone among us placed it there during the few seconds when everyone was looking away, preoccupied with the portrait.
バトラ君、この封筒を開けて中身を読んで。
I picked it up. It was still sealed with wax. Even without disturbing its contents, I realized that this was an as yet unopened envelope, an unknown envelope. Without relying on paper knife, I tore it open and pulled out the letter inside. The contents were as follows.
金蔵様の碑文の謎をお楽しみいただいているでしょうか。すでにご存知と思いますが、皆様方には時間が多くは残されてはおりません。どうか嵐が過ぎ去れば逃げ出すことができるという甘えをお捨てくださいませ。このゲームには私と皆様方のどちらが勝つかの結果しかない。時間切れは私の勝ちとなる。引き分けはありません。そこをどうか誤解なきようお願い申し上げます
って内容だぜ。
この手紙を誰が置いたかは明白ではありません。ですが疑わしき人物を絞ることはできました。あなたたちです。
Narrow down the suspect. It's all you.
あんまりにございます。
私は肖像画の前に行く直前、ここに缶詰を置きました。その時このような怪しげな手紙は決して置かれていなかったことを確認しています。そしてその時すでにジェシカとジョージ君、バトラ君は肖像画の前にいた。そして彼らはこの手紙が現れるまで肖像画の前を離れていない。つまりあなたたち4人の中にその手紙を置いた人物がいる。ベアトリーチェがいる。
おお、ベアトリーチェはマリアたちじゃない。ベアトリーチェはイル
お黙りなさい。あなたたちの中の一人が疑わしいのか全員が疑わしいのか分かりません。しかし確実にあなたたちの中に犯人が混じっている。
そうだぜ。19人目なんかいるわけがない。魔女なんかいるわけがないんだ。カノン君を殺したのだって。そうさ、熊沢さんなら説明できるよ。
Wow.
熊沢さんは本当はカノン君と一緒にボイラー室に入り殺したんだ。そして後から来たらもう倒れていたと嘘をついた。
誤解です、お嬢様。私がなぜそのようなことを。
母さんたちをどうやってあの密室で殺したのかは見当もつかない。でも母さんたちが殺された時、使用人の人たち以外の全員には
Non itu point finger lah, non itu point finger lah.
なかったのは使用人の人たちだけ。でも本当に疑ってもいいんだろうか。
確かにそれを言い出したら全ての件でアリバイはないが。
Should we really be so quick to make that judgment? But this time, in this room, in this place, in this moment, in this minimally small bit of time and space, it's obvious. Only one of the 4 of them could have set the letter there in our blind spot. We can't tell who put it there, but it's obvious that one of the 4 did it.
夏井さん、どうか落ち着きなさい。今日一日いろいろなことがあった。心が参っているのはよくわかります。
南條先生をお疑い申し上げるのは非常に心苦しいです。ですが、お父様の主治医として唯一無二の親友として長くお父ベアトリーチェのことも知っているかもしれない。何かの古いしがらみをしていて隠しているのではありませんか？
そんなはずはない。落ち着きなさい。
It was pitiful to watch Dr. Nanjo frantically pleading his innocence. It was probably a normal reaction that anyone would give if they were suspected. Kumasawa was the same. Ever since Jessica voiced her suspicion of Kumasawa murdering Kanan, Kumasawa had been totally flustered. That was why Genji's still calm appearance looked so bold. Natsuhi pointed the barrel of the gun.
Genji, あなたはお父様の一番の部下です。ベアトリーチェとはあなたがお父様に見せた幻想だ。あなたこそがその実行者だったのではないのですか？
そうお疑いいただけるのは、奥様が私を親方様の一番のしもべだとお認めいただ
I
け
will
る
die
この
happily.
ような場ではありませんが、
Oh.
名誉なことだと存じます。しかしこの手紙を置いたのは私ではありません。
それを私が鵜呑みにできると思いますか？お前が首謀者に決まっています。あるいは熊沢も南條先生もその共犯かもしれない。マリアちゃんもです。
Not content to suspect just the adult, Natsuhi pointed the gun relentlessly at Maria too. But Maria acted as though nothing had happened. Or maybe she thought she would be fine, even if she was shot.
マリアちゃん、今この場ではもう幼いから疑いの枠から外すという段階にない。だから誰もが昨夜からずっと持ってきた疑問をもう一度ぶつけさせてもらいます。昨日バラ庭園であなたに手紙を渡したベアトリーチェは誰です？
マリア、ごまかすんじゃねえぜ。この際はっきりさせろ。お前に手紙を渡したのは誰なんだよ。
だから何度も言ってるよ。ベアトリーチェだよ。
Dar gitu.
I hope.
姿を知りたければ後ろを振り返ればいい。ほら、そこにいるよ。ベアトリーチェが。
ここにいる。
バカにしてんのかてめえ。
よせジェシカ、状況が分かってんのか。そんなこと言って何になるってんだ。無意味な挑発はよしやがるってんだ。
マリアには分かんない。モトラたちは誰が犯人ならいいの？自分たちの中に犯人がいると信じたくない時だけベアトリーチェを信じて、親しい人を殺された恨みを晴らしたい時だけ暴力をぶつけられる人間の犯人を信じたがってベアトリーチェを否定する。
Gila, wise words. Jadi kebanjiran fakta.
ベアトリーチェはいる。お前たちには見えない。
黙りなさい。あなたが犯人だと決めつけたくはありませんが、この状況を不愉快にさせて楽しんでいる利的行為者であることはもはや疑いの余地もありません。
No way.
ならどうするの？マリアを撃つ？
No, no, no.
もうすぐ黄金鏡の扉が開かれる。そして全ての死者が蘇る。今や死は恐れるべきことではないんだよ。
No way, right? No way, right?
母さん、一緒になんかいられないよ。
でも夏日おばさん、どうか落ち着いて。マリアちゃんを撃つ理由は何もない。どうか冷静に。手紙は挑発するけど何も恐れることはない。犯人だって明日が怖いんだ。警察が怖いんだ。この島は今無秩序に支配されているけれど、 それは台風で隔離されているからだけに過ぎない。台風が過ぎれば秩序が戻ってくる。だからおばさん、撃っちゃいけない。
なんで長州兄さんはそんなにも冷静なんだよ。この4人の中に犯人がいる。いや、あるいは4人が全員来るかもしれない。この中にエヴァおばさんたちを殺した犯人がいるかもしれないってのに、なんでそんなに冷静なんだよ。
僕だって犯人を見つけて殺してやりたい気持ちはあるさ。でもそれは単なる蛮行だ。僕は罪の裁きを秩序に任せる。だからどんなに疑わしくても引き金を引いてはいけないんだ。
ジョージの兄貴に同じだ。夏日おばさん、ここはちょいと冷静になろうぜ。とにかく撃つのはまずいぜ。こういう時はよ、頭を後ろに反らしてクールになれって3回唱えるといいらしいぜ。
はっきりさせておきます。魔女などいない。ここは六軒島で、ここは後宮家の本家屋敷です。後宮家代表、後宮夏日として宣言します。ここには魔女などいない。ベアトリーチェなど認めない。何を企もうとも娘たちには指一本触れさせない。それが母としての、当家代表としての務めです。
Those words were the final words of farewell that settled everything. To protect her daughter, Aunt Natsuhi would regard any suspicious person as an enemy. The only reason George Aniki and I were standing on the side was because by coincidence, we had a clear alibi regarding the letter. If I hadn't approached the portrait, I would also be at the other end of that gun barrel, treated like a criminal. But even though part of me thought that, part of me was also thinking that chasing all the suspicious person from this room would finally guarantee our safety. Genji-san and Kumasawa-san and Dr. Nanjo, all of them were on grandfather's side. Maybe you could say that once Maria started blindly believing in Beatrice, she was also on grandfather's side. That's right. They're all suspicious. But is this really okay? If we throw out all the suspicious ones in such a lawless way, will we still have the right to defy the lawlessness of the witch? Not sure.
Or
Natsuhi did not tell them to leave with her own words, but with wordless pressure, she induced them to say that themselves. Because if Dr. Nanjo didn't say those words, his cold silence would surely continue forever.
落ち着きなさい、夏日さん。だが気持ちはよくわかる。わしだって今朝からの異常な事件続きで頭がどうかなってしまいそうだ。だからわしらを疑いたい気持ちもよくわかる。
もし本当に南條先生が無関係なら、私は無礼極まりないことをしているのだと思います。ですが、今だけは分かってください。
わかった。わしらは部屋を出ましょう。どうですかな、源氏さん。客間に戻ってチェスの続きといきませんかな。
それをお望みでしたらぜひ。
私は嫌ですよ。だってこの中に狼がいると分かってて部屋から追い出されてしまうんですよ。嫌ですよ、奥様。どうかお許しください。
It was obvious that what Kumasawa-san was trying to say. If she was innocent, then she was being ejected into a dangerous territory along with the culprit. In the current situation, urging her to leave this room along with the suspect was almost exactly the same as letting her get killed.
ejected like in Among Us.
Oh my god. However, Komasawa-san really was suspicious, just for being the first one to discover that Kanon-kun had been murdered. At the time, everyone except Komasawa-san had an alibi. Unless we could prove the existence of some contraption, or the existence of some 19th person, Komasawa-san was by far the most likely suspect. I didn't want to believe it. However, Aunt Natsuhi and the rest of us was in such a difficult situation that we couldn't help suspecting her as well. So, we didn't say anything to stop Aunt Natsuhi from trying to oppressively chase them from the room. We had stopped her from shooting, but we were passively agreeing to chase the others out of the room. On top of that, Maria spoke to the fretful Kumasawa-san.
大丈夫だよ。ベアトリーチェは敬う人には優しいから。熊沢さんはベアトリーチェがいるって信じてるもん。
信じてるもん。
だからきっと大丈夫だよ。マリアは客間でテレビを見るよ。一緒に見ようよ。ここ、テレビがなくてつまんないもん。
It looked like Kumasawa found Maria's roguish laugh very frightening.
Who doesn't?
However, the three other people had agreed to leave the room. Kumasawa couldn't fight the flow and had to agree, crying as she went. Bro, we have 3 more deaths, right? Got the stomach, got the knee, and got the leg. And you kick 4 people, and one of them is the culprit?
今夜だけは分かってください。警察が来たら全員に今夜のこの無礼を必ず謝罪しますから。チェスもよろしいでしょうか。できたら安全なところに。現地。
Where is the safe place?
かしこまりました。
仕方ありませんね。子連れの熊が一番恐ろしいと言いますから。
源氏も熊沢も本当に申し訳ありません。また明日お会いしましょう。マリアちゃんも冷たいおばさんをどうか許して。
おう、マリアは許す。
奥様、この部屋の鍵です。2本すべてをお預けします。
Genji-san pulled 2 golden keys from his pocket and handed them to Aunt Natsuhi.
それから、私が持っているお屋敷内の鍵束もお預けいたします。
He took out a bundle of about 10 keys of various shapes and handed it over. To the servants, those keys were probably proof of their positions. Being placed in charge of those keys meant that they were trusted, relied upon. When they were forced to return them, it meant that they had lost that trust. Thinking about it this way, to Genji-san, who had worked here for a span of many years, there could be no greater shame. However, Genji-san's usual indifferent expression remained on his face.
Genji, 私はお前をお父様がお亡くなりになったら長年の苦労をねぎらって退職を許すつもりでいました。なのにこのような仕打ちを私は心より恥じます。
私は親方様よりすでにご恩を受けております。今日までの日々はそれに対するご恩返しの日々であっただけです。どうかお気に病まれませんよ。
それでは参りますかな。皆さんおやすみなさい。
マントラもおやすみ。
あ、マリア、ちょっと待て。
Knowledge of guilt made me call Maria back. I groped around in my pocket and took out that scorpion keychain.
Bohong anjing.
Dia
Katanya
bilang hilang kan?
anjing.
これ魔除けなんだろ。身につけとけ。
おー、パトラ、確か落としてなくしたって。
あんときゃなんか尺になってなくしたとかほらお前の大切なお守りを。
I kinda relate to Butter. I will just straight outline apa to win an argument sometimes. Just saying. I say that I forgot about that. What do you mean? Something like that.
I clearly remembers it. Maria silently took the charm. I wasn't able to say anything after that.
それでは皆様、おやすみなさいませ。
Bro. We watched them leave, our expression completely worn out, and we weren't even able to respond. Would you do this? Would you chase out the people, Bo?
I will
If you were
make
Natsuhi.
I will make something better. I will make apa kayak gue tuh pas kayak gitu tadi pas yang semua orang malah ngeliatin foto, gue malah ngeliatin semua orang lain. Jadi gue lihat siapa yang naruh di atas meja. I am the observer.
I am the observer. Until the door closed and we heard the auto lock. We were unable to breathe. Then we were finally allowed to take a breath. After that, I noticed that Beatrice's letter, which I had been gripping the whole time, and which was soaked with my sweat, actually had 2 sheets.
Alamak. Bodoh banget anjing.
The paper had been tightly stuck together, so I would mistakenly thought that there were only one. There were no characters on the second sheet.
Oh my god, The Legend of Zelda reference. No way.
The thing drawn there was a magic circle, written with red ink like blood. Just like how every magic circle up until then had been different. This magic circle was one I would never laid eyes on before. Inside the circle, a large triangle and a small triangle were fit together in a simple design.
Kertas diagram, shut the fuck up lo.
Kertas diagram.
Halo
Ray. Ramai. Good. But just as before, there was writing in Hebrew, and it seemed clear that it held some kind of meaning. I wanted to know what that could be, but we had just chased Maria, the only person who could understand the meaning of magic circles, out of the room. I thought of this magic circle as Beatrice's second message. What does this magic circle mean? Damn it! After chasing out all the suspicious people, all we had to do was stay barricaded here until the morning, and everything would probably be over. Once the typhoon has passed, when the seagulls cry, will everything be resolved? But the letter, which had unexpectedly appeared in the study, forced us to reject that naivety. It had made it very clear that if time ran out, it would mean that the witch is victory. When time runs out, is the witch planning to take on the offensive? This time, is she planning to display some fearful magical power, maybe something that could have been used to kill 6 adults at once? Wait, when is time supposed to run out anyway? I don't know anything.
これでもう安全です。もう絶対に。
Even as she said that, Natsuhi couldn't stop gripping that rifle. There was no release in the tension of her expression. Of course, none of us felt like breathing a sigh of relief. At least not until we could hear the cry of the seagulls once more. Yeah. Twilight,
No,
guys.
it's 11:30. It's not Twilight.
After we chased them out, nobody wanted to say anything. All of the suspicious ones had been driven away. Even though we knew there might be some innocents among them, we still did it. We chased them out of this paradise, where people don't have to suspect each other. But our motive for chasing them out was suspicion of one person towards another. The worst kind of crime for a human. If we had accepted the existence of the 19th person, of the witch, then we might all be still talking face to face, trusting in each other. In that instant, we had agreed to chase out all the suspicious people. But had that been the right thing to do? During this endless silence, we could do nothing but be quietly tormented by that sin. Aunt Natsuhi faced the door, without letting go of her rifle for even an instant, sitting far back in the sofa. She would probably spend the night staring at the door without a wink of sleep. George Aniki gazed through the gap in the closed curtains by the window, looking down at the courtyard and the mansion that surrounded it. I didn't know whether he was checking to see if a suspicious shadow would become visible through the window, or whether he was wondering to himself about something. Jessica was sitting sideways on the sofa next to Aunt Natsuhi, with a dead expression on her face. And every once in a while, as though she would just remembered something, she would have to take out the inhaler she had used during her asthma attack and stick it in her mouth. I just heard it from Aniki. But apparently Jessica liked Kanon-kun. It was apparently so fake that she hadn't realized it herself.
What is this family and liking into their
servants, bro? I think Genji Kinzo OTP is real, guys. Just saying. You know? It's the kind of thing that other people tend to spot before the person in question realizes it. Which means she might have first learned of her feelings when the person she liked died. It must have been so terrible, so sad. Come to think of it, Kanon-kun was the one who handed her that inhaler. Maybe she was remembering that. I was fishing around grandfather's study, thinking I would research the meaning of the magic circle on the letter's second sheet. Even though we were shut up here in a defensive position, my rebellious nature made me want to find some key, some way to resist. After all, we've got plenty of time before tomorrow morning. Who could fault me for how I used that time? No one else showed that much interest in this magic circle. Its meaning was unknown, and once we understood it, we were sure to find some message that would cause us unnecessary anguish. I felt the same way. However, I couldn't just ignore it. So I kill time by going through the motion of researching it.
熱心だね。何か手がかりになるようなことは見つけられたかい？
さっぱりさ。そもそも日本語で書かれた本を探すことからして骨だぜ。じい様は一体何カ国語を読めたってんだ。大したもんだぜ。
バトラ君は眠くないの？誰かが起きていてくれてるうちに休んだ方がいいよ。
The most suspicious person is the one who asks, why don't you rest? Why don't you just lay in the bed or something?
ナスヒおばさんは寝ズバンをしてくれると言ってるけど、体が持つわけない。ローテーションで休んだ方がいいよ。
じゃあ兄貴が先に休めよ。俺は眠気が来るまでちょいと調べ物をしてるさ。
Balikin po, tinggal
さっき
balikin.
の魔法陣？
どうせ時間は腐るほどあるさ。ベアトリーチェ様がどういうメッセージを込めやがったのか面白そうだと思って。
よせよ。そういうのやってると妙なのに取りつかれちまうぜ。
安心しろよ。俺はマリアにお墨付きをもらってるぜ。俺には霊的才能はからっきしなんだとよ。
Old man yaoi, best kind of yaoi.
マリ
The
ア
fuck?
邪険にしすぎたかな。
ジェシカ、
でも母さん、もしもマリアが無関係で犯人が他にいたなら、犯人は襲いやすい相手を狙うに決まってる。それで殺されたなら私たちは見殺しにしたことになるよ。
The gloomy silence settled once again. It looked like Jessica regretted letting her emotion take hold of her and snapping at Maria. She's always been like that, always acting tough and regretting it later.
気持ちはわかりますが、マリアは犯人と接触し、こともあろうか、その肩を持つように煙に巻く発言を繰り返しています。私はこの部屋から追い出せて清々しています。
夏日おばさんって結構きついっすね。9歳の女の子のザレ言かもしれないじゃないっすか。
It probably wasn't very convincing to hear that coming from me. I myself thought Maria was creepy on several occasions, even doubting her true nature. And when Maria was chased out of this room, I couldn't deny that I would felt some relief.
もしそうだったなら、明日謝罪します。彼らをこの部屋から追い出したのは全て私の責任です。だから、あなたたちが気に病むことはないのです。
I could feel a tragic determination in Natsuhi's words. To protect her own daughter, she had resolutely chased out the suspicious ones. And if, as a result, she had to watch the people who had unfortunately been suspected die, so be it. She was prepared to take full responsibility.
なんでマリアってあんなことばかり言うんだよ。自分で自分の首を絞めてるぜ。
もともとマリアちゃんが魔女や魔法に傾倒するようになったのは、僕はローザおばさんのせいじゃないかと思ってる。
Where is this come
ロ
from?
ーザおばさんのせい？何がどう関係してるってんだよ。
バドラ君だって気づいてるんじゃないかい。マリアちゃんの本当の父親はずいぶん昔に蒸発してるんだ。おばさんはそれを海外出張とか言ってごまかしているけどね。
後ろ宮家ではローザさんたちに関わる話はタブーとされているところがあります。
おばさんは再婚だって考えたと思うよ。でもマリアちゃんの存在が枷になって非常に難しかったんじゃないかと思うんだ。だっておばさんは時折ものすごく感情的にマリアちゃんに当たっていたから。
Oh, jadi kemarin bukan kejadian sekali-sekali tapi
It happens
それについては同感だぜ。ローザおばさんはマリアを好きになろうと努力してるように見えた。 ってことはつまり好きじゃないってことなんだよな。再婚の妨げになっているマリアに思うところがあったんだろうよ。
母親の感情的な拒絶がきっと彼女の幼い心に深い傷を残したと思うんだ。そしてどこかでオカルト趣味と出会い、心の隙間を埋めるように没頭していく。知ってるかい？マリアちゃんにとって魔女のイメージは決してネガティブなものじゃないんだよ。ほら、昨日海岸でマリアちゃんのノートを見せてもらわなかったかい？
ああ、なんだか楽しそうな落書きでいっぱいだったぜ。
Yesterday, when we were down by the beach, doubting the witch, Maria got all riled up and started explaining about witches. And not one of those pages had shown a picture of an ugly witch. They were all brightly colored, beautiful, cute witches who looked like they were having fun. There was absolutely nothing sinister about them, like a boy might have imagined. They were beings adorned with beautiful dresses, who could grant anyone's dream with their mysterious magic, and who made everyone happy. The sorrow of not being loved by her mother. Had Maria sought help from witches as beings who could give her happiness and save her? That someday a witch would come and using her wonderful magic would bring Maria happiness? Even though she believed that, as she grew older she had to face reality as her fleeting dreams were sliced to ribbons one by one. If something claiming to be the witch of Rokkanjima appeared in front of a girl like that, whispering that she'd take Maria to the Golden Land, where Maria could be happy.
僕は今頃になって胸中を告白するよ。マリアちゃんを、いや、源氏さんたちを追い出したのは多分いけないことだったんじゃないかな。
気まずくはあるぜ。
Since Jessica had been the one to face them and slam them with words of rejection, her conscience must be tormenting her a lot right now.
なら、皆さんはあの手紙をどう説明するのですか？私の後ろにいた4人以外の誰にも置くことはできなかった。それは私がこの目ではっきり確認しています。あの4人が潔白だというなら、どうやってこの密室の8人もの人間がいる中で手紙を置けたというのです。
そうなんだよ。その話が始まっちまうと、確かに4人は怪しいってことになっちまう。だが全然ダメなんだ。
全然ダメなのよ。
全然ダメだぜ。
ダメって何がだい？
ああ、もう今さら何の役にも立たないかもしれねえが、またチェス盤をひっくり返させてくれ。つまりあの4人が本当に犯人だってんならよ、おかしいんだよ。
そうだぜ。あんなテーブルの上に堂々と置いたら、この中に犯人がいますよと告白するようなもんじゃねえか。そうだよ、おかしい。やるなら例えば扉の隙間に置いて廊下側から差し込まれたように見せかけるとか。そうだよ、部屋の外に犯人がいるように見せかけなきゃ自分が疑われてしまうことが分かってたはず。
ああ、そういうことなんだ。あの4人の中に犯人がいたとして、テーブルのど真ん中に手紙をポンと置くことはリスクばかりで何の意味もないんだ。だがどうやってそこに手紙を置いたかのトリックは置いといて、あの4人以外の誰か、すなわちこの部屋の外に犯人がいたと仮定したとき、あの手紙には大きな意味が生まれる。
よしなさい、バトラ君。今さら些細な問題です。
Matsuhi-san quickly guessed what I was getting at. No, Maybe she had thought of it long before I had and had simply held her tongue.
この部屋の外に犯人がいて、俺たちが外からは手出しをできない密室に立てこもっちまったらお手上げだ。ああ、そうだよ。この部屋からじいさまがいなくなったって話の時、俺が披露した説じゃねえか。じいさまが自分から出ていくという説。自分から出ていくような何かの細工を犯人がして、まんまと外へおびき出していたのだとしたら。
Come to think of it, when we found the scorpion magic circle on the doorknob to the study, Maria said it herself. Beatrice couldn't get through this door, but she could induce someone to leave of their own accord.
だとすると、私たちは犯人の罠に見事はまって、新しい生贄候補を送り出しちまったことになるぜ。
源氏たちもバカではありません。身を守ろうと思うなら、この部屋の次に安全な場所をすぐに思いつくでしょう。そこできっと身を潜めています。
Aunt Natsuhi hadn't answered the question. Aunt Natsuhi herself had realized that if the culprit wasn't in our group back then, that letter would make sense as a trap. However, it wasn't worth the risk of calling back the people she had once thrown out. To Aunt Natsuhi right now, her greatest and only duty was to protect the children. By her thinking, in order to do that, a few sacrifices were unavoidable.
なあ、夏日おばさん、きついこと聞くぜ。もしあの時、たまたまジェシカもおばさんの後ろにいたなら、おばさんはこの部屋からジェシカも追い出してたかい？確かに残酷なところはあったかもしれない。でも、夏日おばさんは母として娘を守りきろうと思った。その責務から自分がやがては糾弾されることを覚悟で彼らを追放したんだ。俺は別にそれを責めてえわけじゃねえ。ただジェシカはいいお袋を持ったなってそう思ったのさ。
そうだね。夏日おばさんは朝からずっと続いているこんな事件の中でも冷静さを失わず、ずっとみんな、もしおばさんまで混乱していたら、僕たちは今頃全員犯人の手にかかっていたかもしれない。だから僕たちはおばさんに感謝しなくちゃいけないと思う。
ありがと
う。バトラたちの言いたいことは、マリアの母でもあってほしいって。私、マリアのことを実の妹みたいだと。なのにいろんなことがあってちょっと混乱しちゃって、ひどいことをたくさん言って傷つけてしまった。母さん、お願いだよ。マリアも。
What is this, dog? What is this?
私たちの中に犯人なんていなかったんだよ。この事件の犯人は魔女のベアトリーチェでいいじゃないか。だからもう疑い合うのはやめようよ。
Natsuhi closed her eyes for a short while. Was she coping with her throbbing headache again, or was she thinking of something?
ジェシカは主人と結婚してから12年もかけてようやく授かった。私はジェシカを守るためならどのような鬼にでもなります。
That was some pretty strong language at the end there. She realized very well that her words were an idealized view of what a mother should be. But even so, she was strongly resolved to protect her daughter, even if she had to become a demon. But that was her guilty conscience tormenting her. Today has been long. So many things happen in one day, and we have been driven into a corner so thoroughly. I wonder if we have the right to greet tomorrow the way we are right now. There it is.
見つけた。この魔法陣だ。
Inside the book I've been flipping through, I had found the same magic circle that had been drawn on the second sheet of the letter. Joe Janicki peered at it as well. This magic circle's name was the Third Magic Circle of Mars. The Hebrew written on it was from Psalm 77, verse 13 of the Old Testament. What God is so great as our God? The meaning of the magic circle was discord, agitate, internal division, and cause the enemy to bring about their own downfall.
おいおい、マジかよ。
Could there be a more fitting way to describe our current situation and mental state? We couldn't help but be stunned into silence.
じゃあこの手紙は罠だってのかよ。どうやってここに置いたんだよ。この部屋には私たち8人以外には誰もいなかったんだぜ。
I mean, this can was wrong. There could be some contraption.
Yep.
Awalnya di atas gitu terus tiba-tiba jatuh.
どうやってここに置いたのか。
Lebih ke itu sih, ada fake layer on the table gitu loh. Like, you know, one of those tabletop
Di atas can
tables.
Ya, di atas can.
Iya ya, maksudnya kan can-nya sama-sama can-nya hilang kan. So it goes down and gets replaced by something
Oh,
else.
gue nangkepnya suratnya ada di atas can ya, bukan can-nya yang hilang terus nongol suratnya.
Enggak, tadi sampai can-nya hilang katanya.
とにかく犯人の狙いはたった一つ。この鉄壁の書斎に疑心暗鬼を引き起こして生贄の羊を俺たちの手で外へ放り出させることだったんだ。
だとしたら狙いは外へ出された人たちだ。
Nanti yang perutnya dibuka itu Ranjo itu.
母さん、どうしよう。あの4人が危ない。
It wasn't surprising that our Natsuhi remained unpleasantly silent. Even if this was all a trap by the culprit, even if the 4 who had been chased out of the room were in danger, it had nothing to do with the safety of the 4 people in here. And there was no way to prove the innocence of the 4 people we have chased out. If we're willing to let them die, then we shouldn't leave this room no matter what. That way is safest. At the time, suddenly the piercing sound of a phone rang through the room. It was the antique extension phone seated on the table in grandfather's study. It had rung right after we started talking about the letter being a trap. Didn't Genji say something like the like the cable line was dead?
Iya.
It was natural we would think of it as an SOS from the ones we have been chased out.
Tapi yang angkat Beatrice.
But then Natsuhi spoke.
どうして電話が故障していて使えないはずなの。
そんなことは関係ねえさ。もしマリアたちが助けを求める電話だったら。
そもそも電話の普通が犯人の工作によるものならば、この電話おそらく。
That one sentence, the ring of the phone which had once sounded like a scream of help, now started to sound like a ghastly lure from some unknown person. Now Natsuhi hesitated over whether to pick up the receiver.
トロおばさん、何かの理由で電話が回復したのかも。マリアちゃんたちからの緊急の電話の可能性もある。
Jangan. Especially if the phone is in the window, jangan.
それに万一犯人からの電話だったら上等さ。話を聞いてやろうじゃねえか。それにどうせ電話だ。受話器越しに何をほざいたって痛くも痒くもないぜ。
No, the phone contains subliminal message that turns you into killer. That's why apa selama ini killer. Selama ini korbannya selalu
Oh,
angkat
killer
telepon
sleeper
dulu.
agent ya?
Iya, ya.
おばさんが取らないなら俺が取るぜ。
I will.
私が取ります。もしもし。
I stretched out my hand to take the receiver, but Natsuhi grabbed it before I could reach it. We all held our breath, trying to figure out who the person on the other end of the phone was. But for a while, Natsuhi kept saying hello. A silent phone call? There's no way Maria and the others would do something so creepy. Which means... could this phone call possibly really be? Natsuhi stopped repeating hello and strained her ears, because she thought she heard something far away on the other end of the receiver. What was that?
Uta?
歌って何ですか、おばさん。
わかりません。電話の向こうでかすかに誰かが歌っているのが聞こえます。何のことやら。
ちょっと受話器を借りますぜ。もしもし。
Can we give him the audio or something?
I half forced the receiver from the stunned Aunt Natsuhi's hand and pressed it against my ear. At first I didn't hear anything, but because I had been told about it beforehand, I noticed. It sounded far away from the receiver, rather than someone speaking in a quiet voice. And it sounded like a girl singing a song. That voice did sound like Maria's, but that just made the situation even more inexplicable.
Bentar, gue skiza atau actually ada suara ya? Bentar.
Aku malah denger meong di luar rumahku anjir. Fuck man. Kaget aku anjir. I've turned the volume to like 1000. I don't hear anything. Not yet at least. At the very least, the one who had made the phone call had not been Maria. After all, Maria was singing some song far away from the receiver. In that case, the one who made the phone call should have been Genji-san, Kumasawa-san, or Dr. Nanjo. And that they weren't saying anything. Why? For what reason? The person who made this phone call, who was it?
おい、もしもし、誰だ、返事をしろ。歌ってるのはマリアなのか。返事をしてくれ。
何が起こってんだよ。どういうことだ。
わからねえ。一つ言えることは、多分これは罠で、そしてマリアが危険だってことだけだ。
No, it's a trap for you all, dumbass. Because if you all leave the room, then there is no safe room anymore. Aduh, wah.
Natsuhi took the receiver again, but after yelling into it several more times, she realized that she wasn't getting anywhere and hung up. After that, she dialed quickly. Then she clicked her tongue. That's right. If the phones were working, we should be able to reach the police. But judging by Aunt Natsuhi's reaction, the outside telephone line still didn't connect.
行こう。罠かもしれないことは分かってても行かないわけにはいかない。
ああ、まったくだぜ。ジェシカと夏井おばさんはここにいてくれ。
Aduh, malah split lagi. When Aniki and I tried to dash out, Aunt Natsuhi stopped us.
お待ちなさい。 あなたたちだけに行かせるわけにはいきません。私も行きます。
Lama.
Terus ditinggal itu sendiri.
Jessica-nya ditinggal sendiri aja.
私だけのけ者かよ。冗談じゃない。私も行くぜ。
そうだな。その方がいいかもしれねえぜ。電話が俺たちをさらに分散させる狙いがあるってんなら、留守番を残すのは適当じゃねえ。
議論する暇も惜しい。みんなで行こう。
Natsuhi raised the rifle high and took the lead. I couldn't go unarmed myself. I found a 3-pronged candle stand and readied it. Although the pins on it used to fit candles were short, it was almost like a 3-pronged spear. Jadi dragon dia. Then, the four of us left the study. We left the study, which should have been the safest place inside the mansion. By doing this, we had been lured out, even though we had barricaded ourselves in the safe, closed room. Perhaps we were doing exactly the same thing Grandfather had done when he disappeared from that room. I listened closely, but I didn't hear anything. The mansion was vast, and since the passing typhoon was making its last stand, the sound of the rain was even noisier than before.
マリアちゃんは確か客までテレビを見たいと言ってたよね。階下に降りてみよう。
そうですね。行ってみましょう。みんなは周りに用心して。
おい。
While Aunt Natsuhi in the center, her rifle readied and her finger on the trigger, we moved in a group, our backs together, checking all the surrounding direction. It was just as though the magic of that magic circle designed to spread discord has worked. We had split up, and furthermore had been dragged out into a dangerous territory. In other words, even now, we were doing just what the culprit wanted us to do. This was a separate world where it wouldn't be odd for anything to suddenly occur. Our Natsuhi nervously pointed the barrel of the gun at every dark spot and shadow. It felt like that motion was out of fear rather than caution. But the rifle she held in her hand should have been a trump card that the culprit feared. Before it is clogged.
カノン君のように胸にあのアイスピックを突き刺すことは不可能ではないと思う。でも母さんたちのように頭蓋骨を打ち抜いて眉間に突き立てるなんて簡単なことじゃないと思うんだ。
犯人はそれだけバカ力ってことか。
多分あのアイスピックを飛ばす、あるいは打ち込む射出機のような武器があるんだよ。人力だけであれだけ深々と衝突するにはあの絵は短すぎる。
いずれにせよ頭蓋骨を打ち抜くほどに強力です。カノンの傷も肺にまで届いていたそうです。もし相手の姿を見ても決して前に出ないように私の後ろから出てはいけませんよ。
Just how sinister and frightening was the weapon that could shoot those creepy ice picks? And could I do anything to combat it with just a candle stand in my hand? In the first murder, the culprit probably assaulted all four of our parents at once as they discussed the inheritance problem in the dining hall. And there were the four of us here now. Apparently I wasn't the only person thinking this. George Aniki, Jessica, and of course Aunt Natsuhi were stretching their senses to the utmost limit in the highest and worst state of tension, slowly advancing one step then another. What have we done? Because of the seeds of doubt spread by that one letter, we threw Maria. Aku denger.
Iya, gue juga dengar sekarang.
We threw Maria and the rest into the middle of this terrifying world. We finally reached the first floor. The parlor was just across the hall. When we listened carefully, we could hear it faintly. Maria's eerie singing voice. She wasn't singing naturally as though she were in a good mood. She was singing mechanically, like she was at a graduation ceremony and she had been ordered to. The song she sang was just a comfort folk song, one that everyone has probably sung in school at one time or another. But why that? In the middle of the night, alone with all her heart over and over? Why? Right after leaving the study, we had called out in loud voices, asking Maria where she was. But this time, no one said even a single word. We hid our breath, the sound of our footstep, and intensely focused on our surroundings, to the point of being completely high-strung. We stepped forward. The door to the parlor was closed, but we could hear Maria's singing voice through it. Natsuhi put her hand on the handle of the doorknob. When George Haneke stopped her,
扉は僕が開ける。夏日おばさんとバトラ君は武器を構えてて。
わかりました。気をつけて。
開けると同時に
kamu ngerti nggak apa nyanyiannya, Po?
Berhentiin Sakura.
Not letting go of the flower.
Something jangan berhenti main tapi main jangan berhenti, kayak reverse word-nya. Ini sih. Lo tau gak lagunya? Na 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 na.
Iya.
Rhyme-nya sama. Makanya itu kayak masing-masing
tapi
negara beda lirik gitu.
Yeah, but maybe we could understand the context clue of what she's singing. Okay.
ジョージ兄さん注意して。
じゃあ行くよ。
He tried to openly, but immediately felt the hard resistance of the lock. Natsuhi took the bundles of the keys. Wait, the lock? Who could have locked it?
I mean, masih ada kunci di ruang. Ada kunci yang dicolong dari badannya si siapa? Si Shannon sama
Shannon.
Siapa? That one guy, that annoying butler guy.
Goda?
Yeah, Goda.
Oh, there you go. There were about 10 keys, and none of us had a clue which one is which. Because of this, George had to fumble around loudly and test several of the keys. Since we had hidden our footstep, preparing to make a surprise attack on the room, this felt almost fatal. The whole time we could hear Maria's voice from the parlor, singing the same song over and over. It was like a broken, crazy cassette tape. We had been in that room almost constantly since morning. All the frightening things had occurred outside of the room. That had left us with the impression that only this room was safe. That baseless impression was quickly falling apart.
開いた。
ありがとう。ジョージ君とジェシカは後ろに下がって。
おばさん、一気に飛び込んで左右に分かれよう。扉を開けてボサッとしたら例のアイスピックがど真ん中に飛んでくるかもしれねえぜ。
承知しています。いいですか？
やっぱ嫌だって言いてえな。
I read it myself. If they're gonna be throwing ice picks, I'll whack them with this candle stand.
行きます。
Aunt Natsuhi and I ran to the door before flying into the parlor, quickly splitting up left and right and searching the parlor for someone who might be waiting for us. But what our eyes landed upon was an incredibly strange sight. The parlor was stained with blood. This place, where we spent almost the entire day, where we pressed in together to protect ourselves from some unknown malice, had been stained with fresh blood, had become an ocean of blood. On the floor lay Genji-san, Kumusao-san, and Dr. Nanjo, their entire bodies stained bright red with the blood. But the only way we could identify them was by their clothes.
Kayak mereka semua nggak mati anjing kalau gitu. Fuck you. When in the parlor, her calf had a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking. Calf itu perlu
Kaki.
Oh, kaki.
No, betis.
Oh. And her
Couch
face
tuh
was
bahkan di bawah dia bilang couch the leg and kill.
I had weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out his stomach and his face was expressed.
That was because... That's right. This is how the whole tragedy started. Their faces. Just like our smashed up parents in the shed. You couldn't tell where their eyes stopped and their noses began. It was as though they had been rudely plunged, their faces into tomato pot pies, all squished up. Ugh. And that wasn't all. Their bodies had other wounds. It was those demon ice picks. They were in Genji-san's stomach, Dr. Nanjo's thighs. No, his knee? That's right, of course it's his knee. In the epitaph, the 6th twilight was the stomach, and the 7th twilight, the knee was gouged. So after seeing one of them stuck near Kumasawa Bachan's calf, I couldn't help masochistically laughing. That's right! On the 6th twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the 7th twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the 8th twilight, gouge the leg and kill. Now even the 8th twilight is over. And the next one? The 9th twilight? What was it again? Maria was there.
Siap-siap jasker. This is exactly like in that Blair Witch Project.
Let me check. What's the 9th episode?
Tinggal buka di sini.
Gua ada. The Witch shall revive. Udah, udah revive. The Witch shall revive. She was facing the wall in the inner part of the room, standing stock still, completely alone. she faced away from this horrible scene, standing by the wall, singing her song over and over. There was nothing else in the room, just the corpses of the 3 who had been brutally killed, and the phone receiver which was still off its hook, proving that this was the room that Cole had come from. Just that, and Maria, her back to the scene as she kept on singing while facing the wall. We couldn't even scream at this bizarre scene. We could only stare, shocked, with our mouths hanging loosely open. Maria? What? Jessica called out to her, but Maria showed no reaction. Alone, she kept singing on and on. We had come here trying to save Maria for some approaching danger.
Is the danger.
So now that we have found her, we should have been running up to Maria, hugging her, joyous that she was safe. And yet, not one of us could do that. Everyone thought it, but they couldn't say it. After all, because that's right. Even if it's that crazy, no, it couldn't be.
Maria, 歌うのやめろ。聞いてるのか?
At some point, Aunt Natsi and I had pointed our weapons at Maria's back. I yelled at Maria in a violent voice, but there was no reaction. She just kept singing. With the candle stand still ready, I ran up to her and violently slammed my hand down on her shoulder. Then I pulled on her shoulder, forcing her to turn around. Maria's small body was quickly pulled down and fell. And as though unhappy at having her singing was interrupted, Maria looked into my face with her usual expression. Even in this gruesome situation, she was just like normal.
Maria, これはどういうことなんだ? 誰がやった?
おう、ベアトリーチェ。
いい加減にしろ!
I threw the candle stand I'd been holding against the wall. The violence of that reckless sound should have gone straight into Maria's heart. But Maria's expression didn't change at all.
よすんだバトラ君、マリアちゃん。今度こそ君は3人を殺す犯人の顔を見たはずだよ。犯人は君に手紙を渡したというベアトリーチェなのかい？
おお、ベアトリーチェ。
ああ、ならこれで確定した19人目はいるんだよ。ベアトリーチェは実在するんだ。じゃあマリア、これくらいは教えてくれるよな。何をどうやったらあんなむごい殺し方ができるんだ？
知らない。
知らねえってことはねえだろ。この部屋での出来事だぞ。歌を歌うのに夢中で気づかなかったとか言い出すんじゃねえだろうな。
落ち着いてバトラ君。マリアちゃん、僕とお話ししようね。
Jojaniki, as he always did, crouched down next to Maria so that their eyes met and talked to her very kindly.
マリアちゃんはどうして壁を向いてお歌を歌っていたのかな？
うん、ベアトリーチェがここでね、壁を向いてお歌をずっと歌っていなさいって言ったの。うん。
じゃあベアトリーチェがここへやってきたんだね。その時にはまだ源氏さんたちは生きていたんだよね。
うん、みんなで客間に来て座ってた。源氏さんはちゃんと鍵をかけてたよ。
確かに鍵はかかってたが、じゃあどうやってベアトリーチェは客間に入ってきたってんだよ。
おお、でもベアトリーチェは魔女だから鍵なんか関係ない。 蝶々になって扉の隙間から通り抜けてきたんだよ。
はあ、冗談も休み休み言いやがる。そんなわけねえだろ。お前は何を言ってやがるんだ。
信じられないよね。だから言いたくなかった。どうせ言っても信じないもん。でもベアトリーチェは魔女なの。不思議な魔法で何でもできるの。だからベアトリーチェは鍵のかかった扉なんか全然関係ないんだよ。
それで現れたベアトリーチェは、そしてみんなはどうしたの？
ベアトリーチェは言ったよ。おじい様の書斎は強力な力に守られていてどうしても入れない。だからあと3人の生贄はこの客間の4人の中から選ぶってみんな言う。
Oh, disuruh milih kah?
熊沢さんは嫌だ嫌だってすごい。でもベアトリーチェは選ぶよ。
Oh.
そしたらね、ベアトリーチェはマリアはいいよって言ってく。どうしてだと思う？バトラがマリアの安全を祈って念を込めてくれたあの火星の5の魔法陣のサソリのお守りがあったからだよ。だからその力でベアトリーチェは私にだけは何もできなかった。だから生贄はマリアじゃない3人に決まったの。そしたらね、ベアトリーチェはね、言ったの。
さあさあ、壁に向かってお歌を歌って聞かせなさい。あなたはたくさんたくさんお歌を歌うから、何が起こっても何が聞こえても聞こえない。さあさあ、楽しいお歌をわらわにたくさん聞かせておくれ。
だからマリアはずっとお歌を歌ってた。ずっとずっと歌ってた。だから何も聞こえない、わからない。そしたらバトラたちがやってきたんだよ。
それを信じろってのか？バカにするんじゃねえぜ。
じゃあ今度は誰を疑う？マリアをこの場で殺してみる？そんなことしてもベアトリーチェはいなくならない。これで第8の番は終わったよ。ベアトリーチェは蘇る。
ふざけんな。もうそんな話は金輪際。魔女なんているもんか。煙に巻かれてたまるか。俺は認めねえぞ。ベアトリーチェなんていいね。絶対に俺が認めねえ。だから存在なんかさせねえ。蘇りもさせねえ。伝説は永遠に伝説のままだ。この俺がそんなことを認めね
よせよバトラ。マリアが殺したわけでも見殺しにしたわけでもない。ベアトリーチェが来てマリアは抵抗できず従わざるを得なかっただけだぜ。
あれ、夏日おばさん？おばさんがいない。
What the fuck?
あれ、
母さんどこ行ったの？
さっき手紙を読みながら一人で出て行ったよ。
Letter? That makes sense. The culprit must be so exhilarated that now that we've reached the twilight, they might have left a letter so that they brag even more. We were so wrapped up in questioning Maria that we forgot to look for a letter. But even as well armed as she was, why had she left the room by herself in this dangerous mansion after reading it? Jessica tried to chase after her and tug at the handle of the door, but it resisted strangely and wouldn't open.
母さん、お母さん、何これ。開けて、開けて。
It was only natural. So he had picked up the candle stand which Butler had thrown at the wall and which had fallen to the floor. She had then skillfully wedged it between the doorknobs and the double door like a bolt, holding them closed. The intricate design of the candle stand caused it to get caught solidly. It really did make a sturdy seal on the door. The tragic scream of a daughter for her mother. Did it reach Natsuhi's ears or not? I think it's safe to say Beatrice exists, guys.
I think it's safe to say that my theory about the outside civilization next to X is real, guys.
I think it's safe to say that drone exists, guys. Natsuhi's figure was alone in the entrance hall. Was the place decorated by the portrait of Beatrice? Natsuhi threw down Beatrice's last letter, the one she had read in the parlor, ready at her arrival again, and a voice that rang clear yelled in the massive space that was the entrance hall.
後宮家代表後宮夏日です。姿を見せなさい。
Jika Beatrice exists atau tidak? Aku tidak. Aku masih percaya kalau ada there is actually outside third party, but that's not Beatrice.
黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ。
I believe it's either Beatrice exists or we are fighting a drone.
No, there could be other people.
No, gini. If there could be other people, right? Let's say the other people who killed the tree, right? How would they make it convincingly known that Maria, who had the charm, did not die? That's the only way for them to convince it, right?
Because Maria is cooperating with them. It's not the fact that Maria a scorpion or something. It's the fact that Maria has been helping them during this entire thing. And you know what? Since this kid is helpful, why don't we just make it more confusing for the rest of the
point?
Yeah, let's make her the plot point. And you know, it would be easy since Maria will help us, right? So, if we lock the door this time and we exit through the window and ask Maria, can you lock the window from in the inside after we leave? Yeah, I can. Ooh. That will actually she will actually oblige. What the fuck are you talking about?
I think it's drone, guys.
I'm done.
The entrance hall was dimly lit. Other than the faint light which shone in the center of the room, everything was blotted out by the jet black darts. In that dark, butterflies glittering in gold squirmed, twinkled, and sneered. Natsuhi gave one more huge gulp and pointed the old barrel of the gun at gold butterflies.
ようやく姿を現しましたね。あなたのような存在が本当に存在したなんて私は未だ信じることができない。でもそれは問題ではありません。後宮家の代表であると自負する私と後宮家の当主を引き継いだと自称するあなたが今この場にいる。あなたが本当に魔女なのかどうかは今となっては些細な問題です。さあ決着をつけましょう。後宮家を真に引き継ぐ者はどちらか。この後宮夏日か、あなたベアトリーチェか。あなたの決闘の申し出謹んでお引き受けさせていただきます。
The gold butterflies slowly formed a human shape, which walked into the dim light. Natsuhi read at the rival, and glad, the witch raised her golden staff overhead and laughed. Natsuhi's finger slowly squeezed the trigger. Butterer made an all-out dash at the door and rammed into it, crushing the candle stand that had been barring it and making it possible for a big gap to be opened in the door. He kept kicking the candle stand through that gap and the door was finally released. the time they heard it, they certainly heard the crisp sound of gunfire ring out once.
ジェシカちゃん、一人で先走っちゃいけない。今のは銃声だぜ。夏代おばさんが撃ったんだ。
At whom? At the culprit. The noise had come from the entrance hall, and the entrance hall looked like a stage, like the heroine of a tragedy on the ground, bathed in light, arrayed in beauty of silence. Aunt Natsuhi lay face up, crumpled on the floor. Half crazed, Jessica ran up to Aunt Natsuhi. It was almost as though a sparkling shard of pigeon blood ruby had been placed there. What? Shot. The counter spell anjing.
Counter spell.
And from it, one stream, blood, makeup, passed by her eye and began to traverse her face. The faint smell of gunpowder smoke came from the barrel of the rifle on Natsuhi still grasped. Huh? Then she shot herself? In the forehead? Why?
This is what I have been saying. It's a subliminal. It's something that affected someone, and then they have an urge to kill, but because Natsuhi doesn't found anyone, she killed herself. That's what I've been saying. That's what I'm saying.
You know how weird the body would be if they shot themselves with a rifle? Where the fuck the gun would be? It won't be in their hand. It will be thrown away due to the sheer force.
No, if you have strong grip.
Nah, I'd wait.
くそ、おばさんは何を読んでどうしてここに誘い出されたんだ。
知らねえぜ、知らねえぜ。そんなことはどうでもいいぜ。なんなんだよ。どうして自殺なんだよ。
I'm starting to questioning when Butler is not there as a narrator. I'm starting to question that scene at this point. This have been happening for like when Kanon try to pursue, when Natsui is alone, when the entire family debacle stuff. I'm starting to question the narration at this point.
Who is it? Like, it's not Butler, so who is it? Because it felt personal. Clung to mother's coat, crying earnestly. My body was consumed with an anger I didn't know what to do with, and I snatched the rifle from Aunt Natsuhi's hand. I spun around, pointing the barrel of the gun into the darkness on all sides, as though I was pointing a light from a lighthouse, trying to find the culprit. Joe Janicki, even in this situation, was trying to calmly figure something out. But that might have been a fruitless effort. And only Maria was completely indifferent. This is all supposed to be some kind of predetermined fate? No. It's not it. This is all a prelude to a wonderful world. Door to the golden land will finally open.
第9の晩に魔女は蘇り、誰も生き残れはしない。そして第10の晩に旅は終わり、黄金の里へ至るだろう。これで全部終わったね、ベアトリーチ。おめでとう。おめでとう。だからマリアを導いて。あなたの話してくれた黄金鏡へ、今こそ。
There, all of the dead will be revived, and even lost love will be restored. So in Maria's eyes, it's just as though all of today's tragedies didn't happen. It's as though all the time she spent deprived of love never happened.
いい加減にしやがれ。何が楽しい、何がおめでたい。この島には18人いた。14人死んだ。残りは俺たち4人だ。俺は絶対に死なねえぞ。夜が明けるまで。いや、台風が過ぎ去ってまた船着き場に海猫たちが帰ってくるまで俺は絶対に死なねえんだよ。生き残ってやる。
Umineko the seagulls.
絶対。
No. No.
Anjir. Terus apa? Kenapa dia tiba-tiba bilang Umineko?
Umineko mean.
Oh iya, the sea-cat
black
are
feather,
seagulls.
black-tailed gull. What the fuck? Often translated as sea-cat. What the?
Yeah, see, it is the seagull, bro.
よしなよバトラー。ベアトリーチェに銃なんて意味ないよ。それに生き残るも何ももうおしまいなんだよ。もう旅は終わったんだよ。ほら時計を見てごらん。
Clock. Hearing those words, I look at my wrist. Both needles were almost touching near the top. Very soon it will be 12 at night. In other words, 24 o'clock. When you think about it, isn't 24 is a strange time? It can be called 24, it can also be called 0. It's the hour at the culmination of the previous day, and at the same time, it's hour 0 as the next day begins. Maria suddenly called out happily and ran towards the dark. It was almost as though Beatrice was somewhere in the darkness, and Maria was running up to her. As Jessica hugged her mother's corpse, as George Aniki stood there confused, I looked down the barrel of the rifle, gazing into the darkness. Space in front of Beatrice's portrait lay in that direction. And the thing Maria was running up to was the portrait. Subject. You've gotta be kidding me. This is just impossible. Like I would fall for something like this. Witches don't exist. I won't accept it. Something like you shouldn't exist. Because this is a human world. You think I could accept something that's not human? I definitely won't accept it. When I pulled hard on the rifle's lever, the cartridge was ejected, fell on the floor, and a new cartridge was loaded. Then, I sighted the witch down the barrel. Maria turned around. Still clinging to the golden witch, she turned around.
だから意味なんてないってば。ベアトリーチェに鉛玉なんて意味ないってば。バカだね、人間は。
俺は魔女なんて認めねえぞ。貴様は誰だ。一歩でも動いてみろ。指一本でも動かしてみろ。こいつをぶち込んでやる。
Oh, ada suaranya. As the witch... No. The witches laughed. Even the large clock in the hall joined in on their laughter. Was probably telling us that the time was 24 o'clock. Was both a tone telling us that we had reached the culmination of this day, and a tone informing us that all had returned to nothing. The rule that the witch would win when time ran out had already been revealed.
バトラー、ジョージ兄ちゃんにジェシカ、旅は終わって魔女は蘇ったよ。
And none shall be left alive. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be all the gold from the golden land. One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls. One shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost. And one shall be to put the witch to sleep for all time. Sleep peacefully, my beloved witch Beatrice.
Belum tamat by the way, masih belum tamat by the way.
Why is it episode 1, guys? Guys. Chat.
I think since
Did we finish Umineko, guys?
I think since we approach the
No
ending,
way.
You know,
Tell me you're gonna do it.
You know, it's better that we save the ending for later, like certain someone said. Oh, never mind. It's actually the ending. Never mind.
The storm passed, and the leaden clouds that had enshrouded the island for so long cleared away. From the rift between the clouds, sunbeams shone, and yesterday's storm seemed like a lie. Just as someone had wished, the seagulls returned to the harbor once again and let their lively cries be heard. Afterwards, the police came and conducted an investigation to the scene. The corpses of the children, who were thought to have survived until the very end, were never found. However, because of the body parts that were discovered and the unimaginably gruesome nature of the scene, the police were forced to conclude that the chances of survival for any of the 18 or even the children seemed hopelessly dim. Just how gruesome was the banquet of the witch, and how beautiful was the Golden Land. They were the only ones who get to hear the tale. No tales were told to those humans who arrived after the banquet was over. The best they could do was imagine what might have happened during those 2 days. However, the witch was fickle. She made a point of leaving behind this tale, which didn't need to be heard. It was allowed to be spread. Then many years later, a strange wine bottle that had been drifted on the wave to the pier of a neighboring island was pulled out by a fisherman. Inside there was a thin, tightly roped notebook fragment written upon its cramped but small letters. Written there, as it was tailed, through this notebook fragment, people will learn the mystery riddle of the October 4, 1987. This incident was later called the many names as the Rokenjima Master. Are you giving me a chance? Game? What the fuck? What the fuck? Furthermore, well, fragment describes a mysterious. It doesn't reveal the truth of what happened there. Or perhaps even the writer didn't know what her food was. According to the writer, her name was Ushromiya Maria. Incidentally, as a result of an all-out police investigation, part of Maria's body, a piece of her jaw, was recovered. It was one of the rare instances where the corpse was identified thanks to the dental records. At the gruesome scene, there had been many body parts that couldn't be identified as belonging to any specific person, so it's probably fair to say that this jaw was extremely fortunate find because this jaw had been separated from his body. The police judge has sense of survival as a homeless victim, even though none of the body parts were found. So, let us conclude this tale of the final section of the notebook fragment of Ushromiya Fair behind. By the time you have read this, I will probably be dead, although there may or may not be a corpse who have read this. Please find the truth. That is my only wish, Ushromiya Fair. To this very day, the truth of the witch legend serial murders has not.
I have a bad feeling.
First game. legend, the Golden Witch, resolved. Ushura Miyakaos died on the first Twilight, chosen by the key of the Golden Light as well for the sacrifice. Shamir Rudolph, first Twilight. Kiri, Rosa, first Twilight. Everyone, first Twilight. Game, let me read your things, okay? I am so pissed.
Is this what I think? Is this going to look? Is this going to?
I think we're gonna have like second episode. We will be on someone else's family, having a witch like history in their life, and we get to check some stuff. We get together for 4 episodes. There'll be 4 family that all die, or maybe the 4th episode. The witch will praise the wise and should be so. George chose his lost. George chose his lost. Said Jessica chose the boy she had liked and lost. Maria chose the lost love of her mother. Sleep peacefully, Beatrice. Let nothing disturb your slumber ever again. The winner is the Golden Witch, Beatrice. Time ran out before even one of the 18 people solved the riddle of the gold. All 18 died. When the seagulls cried, none were left alive. Batra chose to sleep the witches, as in to let the witches be inside.
I think tadi tulisannya tuh yang lain tuh apa tuh Jessica. Tadi kan ada tulisannya orang-orang yang mati kenapa. Nah, cuman Batur yang tulisannya died in the 10 Twilight. Si Jessica, si George sama si Maria, tiga-tiganya nggak ada tulisan died in the 10 Twilight-nya. I think only Batur.
You think Batur shot? The edition of the Golden Witch has prepared a gift for you in commemoration of your stay. You can find this new feature on the titles.
Wow, tamat guys. Just Mining also played the epilogue and the tea party as well. Where's the epilogue?
Where's the epilogue? We see the tea party, but where is the epilogue? Itu ada load.
Addition of a new game board. The next episode log has been removed. Additional audio feature. You can find this new feature on the title screen. And then we return to the title screen. What the fuck?
This is different.
What?
Why is that a question?
Wah, lanjut tea party dulu baru episode 2 no.
Please, I need this. Oke,
katanya ada epilog ya. Mana epilog yang langsung
Iya, katanya ada epilog. Mana epilog?
Mana epilog ya? Atau epilognya itu
Where is the epilogue? Where is it? Also, I hate you game. You made me read all of those texts without even letting me have a chance. I want to be immersed in narration, okay? I want to sound the story. You're making me sound like a rap god.
I let go of my hand. I didn't touch anything, by the way.
I know. I hate the game. Not you. I hate it. I hate it. I want to know what happened. Bro, I tried my best. Purgatorio? Oh my god, reference.
Shut up.
Minna, Umineko no naku koro ni.
Are you sure this is important to the plot?
物語が終わっちまったな。
つまりなんだ？あれは結局犯人は暴けず時間切れのバッドエンドでしたってことなのか？
きっとバッドエンド。
そうだね。1日目の夜にマリアちゃんが読んだベアトリーチェの手紙に碑文の謎を解いてみろとちゃんと予告してたもんね。
Instruction are not clear.
僕たちは自衛や犯人を探るのに忙しくて全然その謎に挑まなかったし。
そうですね。ちゃんと碑文の謎に挑んでいたら 違う結末もあったのでしょうか。
それはどうかな。
Is this what important plum? Is Umineko is like actually a play that they all play? It's a stage play. It's a fiction within a fiction. That's why there is this thing. This thing is canon.
シャノンちゃんもお疲れ。お茶の給仕なんてしなくていいぜ。
Actually,
何しろこ
we
こは
kind
お疲れ様会なんだ
of
からよ。
disregard the first part clue about the sweet fish river running my beloved hometown. You who golden light follow its path down.
ひでえ目にあった者同士、仲良く傷の舐め合いをしようぜ。ベロベロベロ。
ひでえ目って言ったらシャノンがぶっちぎりだったぜ。綺麗どころのキャラだからてっきり最後まで生き残るかと思ったら。
Plum, what is this plum? is this really important the plot plum?
You're not selling us on it being really important.
しかもなんだっけ、顔面を半分砕かれてたんだっけ。最悪だよな。
そういうお役目でしたら、その
Is this actually an
仕
act?
方ありませんし。
Is this actually
Yeah, maybe is it a stage play?
Is this like what is that? What's the King in Yellow?
Oh, the king. Hello.
姉さんが気にすることはないよ。お嬢様方もラストのエピローグを見る限り
Why you
相当悲惨な最後を遂げられたようだしね。
どうもそうみたい。なんだか全身を食いちぎられてバラバラにされたみたいな恐ろしい描写があったような気がするよ。
Oh.
それを言ったらカノン君の最後が一番かっこよかったと思うぜ。返り討ちとはいえ犯人と一騎打ちだろ。俺らのよくわからん最後よりは数段マシだぜ。
結局何も歯が立ちませんでしたが。
でもカノン君の死は大きなヒントになったと思うな。だってあのせいで19人目の存在が明らかになったんだから。
そうだね。あの時点では全員の所在が明らかだった。だからカノン君を殺せるのは未知の19人目しかありえない。
マリアは最初からベアトリーチェだってずっと言ってる。
信じたくはねえけど、ベアトリーチェを名乗る魔女が犯人ってことになるんだろうぜ。
そうですよね。人にはできない不思議なことがいっぱいありましたし。エヴァおばさんの密室殺人とか魔
Actually,
女にしかできな
like
い。
most of the case is actually human possible. I'm not gonna lie. If not humanly possible, I don't know, make the
How the fuck can they counter spell a fucking bullet?
It's not a counter spell. It's just the witch the murderer also has a gun. You know, it's that simple.
No, we can. No. We know for the fact the gunpowder smell is from Aonatsuhi's rifle.
Yeah, Aonatsu is shoot, but the perpetrator also shoot, and Aonatsu he missed, but
You
the
should
perpetrator
hear.
hit.
You
Yeah.
should hear two gunshots. You should hear two gunshots.
There is this thing called silencer bleed.
Oh, in the 1950, the drone also exists. I don't know. I'm calling it. It's a drone.
人間にはできない。
19人目が存在することが明らかで、しかもその人物は人間では考えられない力を持っている。
となればその人物をベアトリーチェと呼んでも差し支えはねえだろうぜ。
多分僕たちはラストで出会っているよ。黄金の魔女にね。
だからマリアはベアトリーチェがいるってみんなずっと信じなかったからダメだった。信じないと奇跡は起きないって友達の魔女も言ってる。
Oh.
そうですね。
Miracles won't occur if you don't believe it.
No, that's not the important part. The witch friends. Karena di scene terakhir dia bilangnya witches, bukan witch. Si waktu Batara nge-buy one yang Maria ke Beatrice, Batora mau nembak Beatrice, Batora bilang, "There stood the witch." No, the witches.
Gue maksudnya
of the
mikirnya
Golden Land.
witches-nya itu siapa, Marianya juga dianggap witches, makanya dibilang kayak gitu. Gue nangkepnya kayak gitu.
Why would Maria be counted as a witch? Yeah,
Also,
maybe, I don't know.
Maria, kan Maria juga punya Scorpion itu, so why the fuck Maria also die?
Kan dia nge-redeem Lost Love of a Mother.
Ya cuman di akhir-akhir itu saya Maria juga mati.
Maria mati gini aja, mati di, I guess dia mati in this mysterious island of old age. Karena like she wrote all that down. She wrote all that happened.
This is a fiction. This is a fiction.
Kita episode 1 itu semua yang terjadi itu dari perspektifnya Maria. The entirety of episode 1. Because that's the tale. We are the fishermen.
I don't buy it.
ベアトリーチェ様は敬う者に寛大だそうですし、
マリア様は恐ろしい事件が次々と起こっていっても、最後までベアトリーチェ様の脅威からは外されていたように思います。
マリアは一番の最初からベアトリーチェを信じてたもんな。
Chat agreed. We are a fisherman.
No, it's Plamia that agrees with you. It's not the chat. Fuck you.
The chat is Plamia.
Nah.
でもじゃあ
There's
Chat,
Flaw.
anyone else believe in my theory, chat?
There is
Okay,
Flaw, there is
raise your hand.
Nana, there is Rae, pretty sure, but maybe we already go for another.
それは
Do we have a poll on the chat?
ベアトリーチェ様なりの
Are we streaming?
ご都合があられたのでしょう。
Can we make poll on YouTube?
I don't think. Oh, let me try.
Tuh, Plo believe. See, I got chat with me. Chat is on my back. Chat is on my back, guys. Oh, we can. Oh my god, let's go. Guys, please vote. Vote, guys. Do you believe in my theory or not? That Maria died of old age in the Golden Land after writing all of them, and we are the fishermen who caught the thing. Can you guys vote, guys? Please do. It doesn't have to be true or not. Do you want to believe in me or not? That's it. I just want to say that. Is it convincing enough that Maria is in the Golden Land, died of old age, write all of that down, and we are a fisherman? If we do not have 8 votes by the end of the stream, we will stop playing Umineko, guys. I insist. 8 votes minimum.
碑文の歌がベアトリーチェ様の復活の儀式を意味するものなら、大勢の生贄が必要だった。その一人にご指名をいただけたということなのでしょう。
シャノンちゃんはひどい最後だったよ。せめてもう少し綺麗で安らかな方法もあったろうに。
まあ痛かったわけじゃないですし、それにほら今はこうして全然平気ですから、へっちゃらです。
Him through Shannon, which had been crushed during the story. Everyone laughed out loud and smiling.
でもこう言っちゃなんだけど、僕はてっきり本格ミステリーだと思ってたからね。ファンタジーだと分かってちょっと驚いてるよ。遺産をめぐる外界から隔絶された孤島の洋館物なんて推理物の王道だと思ってたからさ。
ファンタジーじゃない。ベアトリーチェはいるの。
分かっています。ベアトリーチェ様はいらっしゃいます。
Guys, I'm seeing only 3 votes right now, guys.
ベアトリーチェ様は
Please crank it up.
悔しいが認めざるを得ねえよな。19人目の魔女の関与は明らかだしな。
On the 8th twilight, if there are no 8 votes in the poll, I will resurrect.
劇中の僕らはそれを否定したくてあれこれと考えたけれども、今ならはっきり言えるよ。どれもいずれも全て人間には不可能な犯罪だった。魔法の力を使いこなす魔女のベアトリーチェにしか成し得ない犯行だよ。
犯人は魔女だった。その一点において何の曇りもねえぜ。ベアトリーチェ様万歳ってわけだ。
Long live Beatrice!
みんな信じた。マリアは嬉しい。
Is it impossible for humans? Well, at least for me, it's not possible. It's possible for humans, you know, because
It's possible for a drone.
shut the fuck up, anjing. It's actually possible for a human to do all that, okay?
神様も魔女も怖がる人には恐ろしい存在かもしれませんけど、信じ敬う人にとってはきっと慈しみのある存在に違いないと思います。
Okay, this quote, yeah, this quote is literally people die when they get killed. Gods and witches are terrifying to people who are frightened to them. What do you mean? What do you mean, Shannon?
I think the better word to put it is God and witches make seem terrifying to people who are believe of them, not frightened of them. What the fuck is this?
ここで気を取り直して、
People die when they
ちゃ
are
んと
killed.
ベアトリーチェの言う通り、碑文の謎に挑戦してみねえか？
賛成。きっとベアトリーチェ
Oh, ini nih, di sini yang pentingnya nih. Sit chat.
劇中ではみんな無視してたからね、あの手紙は。
せっかく出題されたのにほとんど無視されて、なんだかかわいそうですね、ベアトリーチェ様。碑文のメモがある。みんなで謎解き、みんなで謎解き。
物語は多分この時点から間違ってたんだろうね。
そうかもしれません。私たちは
Chat.
ベアトリーチェ様のご指示通り碑文の謎に挑むべきだったのかもしれません。
まあすっかり遅くなっちまったけどな。今からでも再挑戦するってことで魔女様には許してもらおうぜ。さ碑文の謎に挑戦してみよう。何懐かしき故郷を貫く鮎の川。
Maria put her note page where the epitaph was written. Everyone stared at it, getting really into it as they started guessing this and that about the riddle. Surrounded by the smell of black and freshly baked vanilla cookies, they spent the time comfortably at wait.
Your mic cut off when you say surrounded by the smell of.
The smell of black. God, are we gonna cancel, guys? It's the mic. It's the mic, guys, not me. Surrounded by the smell of black tea and freshly baked vanilla cookies, they spend the time comfortably and happily. Is it Kumasawa then? Or something to do with Kumasawa's origin?
ちょいと待てよ、お前ら。
But Butler spoke in a way that cut through the conversation. His expression looked a little unhappy. What could he not like all about from this fun?
お前ら、さっきから聞いてりゃ、何を思考停止してんだ？なんで魔女の仕業ってことで決まってんだよ。
おい、全然ダメだ。
ねえじゃねえかよ。
With just those words, the happy atmosphere surrounding the tea party evaporated in an instant. George and Jessica, and Shannon and Connor, and Maria. All of them stared blankly, wondering what in the world Butler was talking about. Even the foolish, arrogant Butler realized that he hadn't chosen his words well.
だって明らかに人間には無理な事件だったじゃないか。
そうだぜ、そうだぜ。どの事件も人間には無理なことばかり。
そうですよね。だって人間じゃ説明がつかないことばかりじゃないですか。
Where is Kiri when we need her?
バトラ
Okay.
様が何を言い出すのか僕には分かりません。
お前たちこそ何を口々に言い出すのかさっぱりだぜ。こんなの人間が起こした事件に決まってるじゃねえかよ。魔女なんているわけねえだろ。
じゃあ私が倉庫の中で殺されてた時、顔の半分をひどいことにされていましたが、あれは人間が犯人ならどう再現するというのですか？
そりゃまあどうやったらあんなひでえことができるのかちょっと想像はつかねえけどよ。でもあそこはバラ庭園の倉庫だぜ。きっと中に妙な道具とかがいくらでもあっただろう。わかんねえけどよ。例えば電の子とかグラインダーとか、そんな電。
それは
じゃあバトラー、じいさまが密室の書斎から消え去っていたのはどう説明するんだよ。扉は封印されていたのに、じいさまは忽然と消え去ってたぜ。
その話は劇中でも出ただろう。じいさまが何らかの方法を使えばレシートをごまかすことは不可能じゃない。あるいは窓から出て、あるいは落ちて、夏日おばさんが窓を内側から施錠した可能性もある。別に魔法を使わなくたって他にもいくつか手は思いつくだろうぜ。
それはそうだけどよ。
ならバトラ君、僕のお母さんたちが客室の中で殺されていたのはどう説明するんだい？扉には鍵もチェーンもかかってた。無論窓もね。どうやって人間に母さんたちを殺せたって言うんだい？
まあ確かにそのトリックは劇中でも保留になったままだったな。とにかく犯人は鍵だけは持ってる可能性が高いからな。チェーンに許される程度の扉の隙間は確保できたわけだ。非常に苦しい話だが、その隙間から何かの仕掛けを施した可能性はある。
Like a drone.
いや、あるいはその隙間から何かを出したとか。確かにチェーンってのはえらいシンプルだが、密室を構成するでかい要素だな。だが密室トリックなんておよそやり尽くされてるんだ。そこいらの書店で密室ミステリーを数冊買ってくりゃ、どうせビンゴなトリックが見つかるだろうぜ。とにかく俺には思いつかねえが、どうにかやりくりすりゃ人間にできないことはないだろうって断言できる。
それはひどい暴論じゃないかい？説明できないのに人間に可能だと断言できるなんてめちゃめちゃだよ。
So horribly irrational to just blame it on the witch.
何がどうめちゃめちゃなんだよ。兄貴たちは何を思考停止してんだよ。一見できなさそうに見えてもどうせできるんだよ。それがお約束ってもんだろうが。
めちゃめちゃなのはバトラの方だぜ。人間にできるってんなら説明してみろよ。できねえだろ？
できなきゃすぐに犯人は魔女ってことで落ち着くのかよ。その論法で言っちまったら世界中の未解決事件は全部魔女が犯人ってことで決着しちまうぞ。
バトラは問題をすり替えてるし、何も説明してない。マリアたちは人間にはできない。だから人間じゃない存在が犯人。それが魔女だとそう言っている。なのにバトラは説明できないけど魔女はありえないとか一方的な決めつけで言ってる。まるで無知な時代の人類のようだね。地球が回ってるはずがない。説明はできないけど宇宙が地球を中心に回ってるんだと言い張る愚か者のよう。
なんだか 気に入らない本当だ。つまりお前らはこう言いたいのかよ。人間に可能だと説明できないなら、ベアトリーチェであることを受け入れろってことかよ。
そこまで押し付けているわけではありません。ただバトラ様が何を根拠にそのような世まい事を言い出すのかと思いまして。
世まい事って。なあ、俺ってさっきからそんなに変なこと言ってるか？おかしいのは俺なのか？さっきから不愉快だぞ。
バトラ様、僕は自分が死んだ時、ボイラー室で存在しないはずの19人目に殺されています。それが人間の仕業だと説明できるのですか？あの時18人の所在は全員がはっきりしていました。にもかかわらず僕は殺されている。
その件も劇中で言ってるぜ。例えば熊沢のばあちゃんだ。カノン君がボイラー室に降りてからすぐ後を追ったと言ってるが、実は嘘かもしれねえ。一緒にボイラー室に入って不意をついてぶっすり行っちまったのかもしれねえ。あるいはボイラー室に踏み込むと何かのトラップが発動して例のアイスピックが打ち込まれるように仕掛けられていたのかもしれない。
I'm starting to doubt the narration about canon, that heroic canon thing.
何しろ焼却炉からはじい様の遺体の悪臭だ。
Yeah, like I said, I think that's Maria's interpretation of what happened.
必ず誰かがやってくるわけだから、仕掛けだけ施せば犯人はその場を離れ、カノン君の死亡時刻にアリバイを作ることは十分できる。
ボイラー室のトラップってどんなのですか？
そうだよ。あの後すぐみんながボイラー室に駆けつけた。
In term of what? In term of what?
でもそんな変な仕掛けは見つけられなかったじゃないか。
さようです、バトラ様。どんな仕掛けで僕は殺されたというのですか？
I believe this is a trick.
いや、
Here's the thing, if it's magic, why kayak kenapa lu nge-kill people with physical thing, you know? Kayak if it's magic, you can, I don't know, make
Eldritch Blast.
that's just Eldritch Blast. I don't know, kayak mungkin di tempat kering orangnya malah mati apa? Mati tenggelam gitu, atau or some bullshit like that, you know? That clearly there is no explanation, you know.
But we can have one agreement, right? We believe 19% exists, right?
19% exists, right? Yes. There is
Okay,
19%.
yeah. At least kita agree di sana. Whether it is a witch or not, I mean, let's be real. Up to the last, yang tadi, I believed it was a guy. I believe it was some random dude who Kinzo ordered to do. Kayak apa? You know, one of those like rich people problem where they hire an assassin to kill them to make their life, a bit more fun. I believe that was the case until the very last moment where the bullet got to. That's it. It's also because we don't.
それはわからねえ。
The aftermath of the kayak kita nggak lihat. Oh, if there is a bullet crack on the wall, then we could confirm. Okay, there's 2 guns being shot, gitu loh. But we don't see that. Okay, that's still a vague. That's why I wanted to believe it was a guy, but the last thing is really hard. Just
でもとにかく何かの仕掛けをうまくやってたな。あるいは誰かが嘘をついて。こうも考えられるぜ。そもそもあれはカノン君の自作自演だったとかな。そうだ、自作自演だ。エヴァおばさんたちも自作自演なんだよ。自分で密室を作り死んだふりをした。
バトラー、お前さっきから頭大丈夫か？
冷たいお飲み物でもお持ちしましょうか？
That is actually exhausting. Missing, even though she was given precious invitation to the Golden Land, a single fool refused to believe in the witch, and all the magic disappeared. She was then shot 2 bits by demons and went to hell. Meantime, everyone was getting along so well after being reunited in the Golden Land. All of the magic came to nothing because of a certain hard-headed fool. Afterward, demons shot him to the moon and he went to hell. Missing.
Batara?
This will make the world where everyone could be happy all come to nothing. Though Beatrice is extremely angry, she also seems to be enjoying herself immensely. It's almost as though she is waiting 1,000 years to get her hands on a toy as fun as this one. Hopefully even this fool will be able to see you before too long. Ada tambahannya nggak buat orang-orang di sini?
So I guess that kind of confirmed that the one who is writing the story is Maria.
そこまでアレミの目で見られるほど妙なことは言ってねえだろう。俺はあくまでもトリックを考える上での可能性について言っただけだぜ。それにほら、死者が実は死んでないなんて推理物のお約束じゃねえかよ。
お約束って？
つまりだ、カノン君が殺された時、確かに俺たち全員の所在ははっきりしていた。そして熊沢のばあちゃんも嘘はついてないとする。でもそれは生存者だけの話だ。もし死んだふりをして犠牲者に混じり姿をくらましていた犯人が別行動をしていたとしたら、全ては説明できる。
つまりエヴァおばさんたちが犯人だと言いたいわけか？でもおばさんたちの死亡については南條先生が医者として判断してるぜ。
そうです。南條先生は全ての犠牲者について確認しています。もしバトラ様の説を採用するなら、南條先生も犯人ということになりますか？
ああ、そうだな。南條先生が犯人の一味で嘘の死亡宣告をしていたかもしれないと考えりゃ話は変わってくるぜ。ほら、これも推理物のお約束じゃねえかよ。
でも南條先生も殺されたよ。
と、それはだが、そうさ、南條先生は偽装師なんだ。何しろ南條先生以外に検視ができる奴はいねえし、あの時はもう混乱してる状況下だ。本当に脈が止まってるかなんてのんびり確かめてる暇もなかったぜ。この論法なら死者は誰だって歩き回れたことになる。
私たち最初の6人は難しかったんじゃないかと思います。だってシャッターを閉められた上に内側からは開けられない南京錠をかけられちゃいましたし。
そうだぜ。その鍵は母さんが預かった。じゃあ母さんも犯人の一味だってのかよ。
いやいや最初の6人は無理そうだが、エヴァおばさんたちは外から鍵をかけただけだろ。なら内側から開けられるし。そうさ、俺たちが部屋を出た後、窓から飛び出してボイラー室に先回りしたとか。苦しいか？あるいは南條先生も検視を誤ったとかな。ほら、自分でも言ってたぜ。検視は誤審率が高いとかって。うまく偽装したとか身代わり死体を用意したとかで死をごまかしたんだ。方法やトリックはこれから考えるとして、とにかく19人目を否定することはそう難しいことじゃないんだ。ましてや魔女？それだけは断じてありえない。
バトラがさっきからなんで堅くなにみんなの中に犯人がいるようにしたいのかわかんない。つまりバトラは親族の誰かを疑いたいんだよね。
そういうわけじゃねえ。ただ安易に19人目を肯定はできねえし、仮にいたとしても それは人間だって見地から話を構築すべきであって、それら全部を否定しきった最後の最後で苦し紛れに出てくるのが魔女だろって話をしたいんだ。魔女なんているわけないだろ。なんでさっきからみんなは魔女が犯人ってことでひょいひょい納得したがるんだ。そりゃ身内に殺人犯がいると思いたくねえ家族愛は立派さ。でもそれでごまかしちまっていいのかよ。あれだけ大勢を殺した憎き犯人を見つけ出したいとは思わねえのかよ。兄貴だって両親の仇を見つけたいだろ。ジェシカだってカノン君の仇を、そしてカノン君だってシャノンちゃんの仇を見つけたいだろ。シャノンちゃんだって自分を殺したのが誰なのか知りたいはずだ。
Yang lain mau revenge Shannon juga cuma pengen tahu aja.
魔女が犯人ってことになっちまうんだよ。お前らさっきから何なんだ。
Foolish and short-tempered Batara tried to force his ignorance on the others and yelled at them. However, everyone just looked at him pityingly, silently watching over him. At the time, the wise Maria laughed and pointed out Batara's mistake.
呆れてるんだよ。バトラはさっきから支離滅裂なことを繰り返しては何かを分かったような気になってるだけ。だからそれで人間にどうやって、具体的には。そう聞くと決まってバトラは今は思いつかないけどとか何かの仕掛けでとか抽象的な言葉で逃げたりお茶を濁したり。むしろ知りたいよバトラ。どうしてベアトリーチェを信じないの？いるのにどうして？
いねえからだよ。魔女なんかいねえ。いるわけがねえ。
He was almost like a spoiled child who just doesn't want to accept something, just like Maria. The pitying gaze quietly closed in around Batra, but they didn't reach his stubborn heart.
まるっきりだだっこのわがままだぜ。
Just like Maria.
バトラ様、お気持ちはわかりますが。
ベアトリーチェ様はいらっしゃるのです。
バトラ君、どうして信じないんだい？これほどまでに状況証拠は揃ってるのに。
説明できなきゃ全て魔女なんて。俺はそんな論法は認めねえ。どうして電球が明るくなるのか。仕掛けを知らなきゃ全て魔法ってことになるのか。
Well, we know the cause.
魔法じゃなきゃ説明がつかないことなど存在しない。魔女だの魔法だのってのは思考の放棄だ。兄貴たちは分からねえ事件に屈服して降参しただけなんだ。そうだろ。
やっぱりバトラだけはどうしても信じないね。誰か一人でも信じなかったら奇跡は起きない。だからバトラのその猛邁な思い込みを改めさせなきゃ奇跡が、魔法が完成しないんだよ。
なるほどな。ようやく一端が見えてきたぜ。つまりお前らは俺に魔女様は存在するって言わせたいんだろ。全員が認めた嘘は真実になる。そういうこったろ。あいにくだな。ここばかりはあいにくだが、そいつは全然ダメだ。
全然ダメだ。
お前らが俺にそう詰め寄るからこそ、だからこそ全然ダメなんだ。
全然ダメだ。
どうして？
悪いが最後の最後でもう一回チェス盤をひっくり返させてもらうぜ。魔女の存在を俺に認めさせたいなら一番簡単な方法があるはずさ。それは人間にはできないから魔女なんていう遠回しな方法じゃない。魔女が魔法でやってみせた。それを俺に見せるだけの話なんだ。さらにだ、さっきマリアが言ったことが一番墓穴を掘ってる。 誰か一人でも信じなかったら奇跡は起きないってな。真の奇跡は誰が信じようと信じまいと勝手に起こる。たとえ俺一人が信じなかったとしても。だからこそ俺が信じれば成立する奇跡も魔法も、そして魔女も嘘っぱちだってわけさ。
I'm starting to believe that apa? What's that game name again?
Which game? What does it look like?
The one we
Is it
played.
Korean?
The one we played. The what the fuck?
Loopers?
Yeah, Loopers is happening in the same timeline with Umineko. I'm starting to believe that.
Looper. The uneasy mood following Batara's ignorant rant, blown away by a very soft, light laugh. Whose laugh? Batara was surprised. He had never heard that voice before. When he looked at George and Jessica, Shannon, and Maria, he noticed that they had suddenly gone respectfully silent. I should have voiced this before.
ベアトリーチェ。
よい。
お
久しぶりに愉快な人間に出会えたものよ。
お前誰だ。
招かれた茶会のホストも知らぬか。よい。
What the fuck?
Why the fuck put this in the tea party? Why the fuck didn't put this in the episode? Almost.
No, it's important.
こちらのお方は千年を生きる黄金の魔
Look,
女
all I'm gonna say, Ginzo was kinda
ベア
right.
トリーチェ様にあらせられます。
What?
Beatrice in person looks way more pretty than the one in the portrait, bro. I would fall for her so bad.
Shut up. It's short hair. I don't care.
Wow. Okay. Okay, Mr. Shorthair guy.
She is surprised the bit of humans and like demons will sometimes appear in response to the summon made by humans. To offer her power in exchange for a prize. She likes black tea and ice cream. She hates boredom and people will deny her existence.
ご機嫌うるわしゅう、ベアトリーチェ様。
バトラ君の暴言をどうかお許しください。
こいつは頑固です。まだ自分の置かれた状況が分かってなくて。
よいよい。千年も生きると大抵の魔女は生き飽き、そなたのような気骨ある男も時にはよい。
ベアトリーチェがお姿を現してくれるのはとても光栄なことだよ、バトラー。
Please don't bet buat Beatrice is not in my bingo.
こりゃ
Like sometimes when you see beauty of the world, you have to respect them. You have to utter them. You have to express them.
19人目が犯人だと思い込ませてえのかよ。ますますに気に入った。だから全然ダメだぜ。
ダメだ。
マリアたちが主張する魔女ベアトリーチェの幻影というわけだ。そして全員がその存在を信じることでようやく存在を許される。そういう虚構の存在なんだろう。だから俺にも信じさせたい。俺だけが信じないから存在できない。そうなんだろう。
魔に通じぬ凡夫の分際にしては理解力は悪くない。なるほど。どうやらそなたは生まれながらにして魔力に強い
Magic
抵
defense
抗
mu
力を
tinggi.
持
What
つ
the
ら
fuck? What do you mean?
我ら魔女の天敵よ。どう逆さに振るってみせようとも決して我らを信じぬ。だから魔法が及ばない。お前のその態度にも納得がいこうというものよ。
何を言ってやがるかさっぱりだぜ。わざわざお姿まで表してもらって恐縮だが、俺はお前さんの存在なんてこれっぽっちも信じやしないぜ。確かにこの2日間妙なことは何度か起こった。さっきマリアに言われた通り、俺はそれら全てにトリックの説明がつけられると思っているが、個々に具体的にはまだ挙げられてねえ。だからといって屈するわけじゃない。俺は兄貴たちとは違うぜ。説明できないから魔女の仕業だなんて論法には絶対ならねえぜ。
ますますに気に入ったぞ。お前は屈服させがいがある。お前のような男にこそ我が名を称えさせてみせたいぞ。
Yeah, but that's kind
お
of
前
kinky,
のよう
no?
な男にこそつま先にキスをさせてみたい。
Oh yeah. Yeah.
寝言言いたきゃ好きなだけ言ってろ。俺はお前なんか否定してやるぜ。すべての出来事人間とトリックで説明し、そこには一遍たりとも魔女も魔法も入り込む余地はね
え。よい。それでこそ千年の退屈も紛れるというものよ。ならば聞こう。お前は先ほどエヴァたちを殺すのに扉の隙間を利用すればよいと言ったが、人間とトリックでどう殺してみせるのか。
いきなり一番辛いところから切り込んできやがったな。ってことはこのトリックが一番の自信作ってことなんだろ。真犯人さんよ。
With a shake of her golden pipe, gentle, multicolored smoke trailed out of the end. Smoke quickly obscured their surroundings, and they were suddenly in the hallway of the mansion. The door in front of them, slightly open but secured by the chain, was. That's right, it's the door to the room where Eva and Hideyoshi were killed.
便利じゃねえかよ。
さて、このわずかな隙間からどうして見せるのか、バトラとや
ら。多分あのアイスピックを打ち出せる射出機があるんだ。そいつを使って。
その隙間からは見えぬベッドの上のエヴァをどう狙うのか。そしてバスルームにこもり扉を閉めた秀吉をどう狙うのか。
隙間はある。何か方法があるはずなんだ。
You know, you can actually lock the door from the outside if they say that it's a chain lock, right? You can actually lock it from the outside.
How?
Using some kind of a rope mechanism. There's actual video out there.
It's magnets.
It's not magnets. It's rope. It's actually some kind of control thing.
Okay.
Mini control thingy that.
Yeah, I can see that. But what about the bathroom?
お前に思いつかぬなら、わらわがやってみせてもよいぞ。
ほう、魔女様ならどうやって見せるってんだよ。お手並みを拝見してやろうじゃねえか。
バトラ、ベアトリーチェに口の利き方が存在。
よいよい、愉快な男よ。それでこそ屈服させる楽しみが増すというものよ。
そんなに俺につま先にキスをさせてえかよ。俺が降参したらな。だが見てろ、きっと俺がこのトリックを暴いて逆にてめえを俺のケツにキスさせてやるぜ。
愉快な男よ。覚えておこうぞ。弱き魔女は力を得るために悪魔の尻にキスをする。それを超える屈服の誓いはないからな。そこまで言わせたからこそ
They are kind of flirting, chat. It's kind of nice.
Nah.
Paying no mind to Battler's wordless ranting, Beatrice once again shook Golden Pipe. That's right, Golden Pipe, precious magic cane.
さあさあおいでなさいな子供我こそ煉獄の案内人滞在を許せし7つの悔いをもて
Guided by those magic words, which sounded like a command, 7 stakes gathered. They were the stakes of the 7 demons, symbolizing the deadly sins of sinful people.
ベルゼブブにアスモデウスさあさあ罪を許しなさい罪人の魂を解放なさい
The pigs of Beelzebub and Asmodeus responded to Beatrice's call. The 2 stakes of the demons were sucked in through the cracks of the door like a billiard ball struck by a cue stick. Then several scattered noises refracted through the wall, making a sound like a wood. Then a pleasant sound could be heard. It was a small, satisfying laugh, like the one heard when someone chopping firewood and the falling axe neatly and easily slices through the wood. It was the sound of the 2 pigs burying themselves deep into Eva's and Hideyoshi's foreheads.
How long is this tea party? How long is this tea party? If this like
Yeah,
a long episode, don't tell me that. Please.
Is this just another episode?
ど真ん中というところよ見てみるか
They have definitely heard 2 sounds of a pair of foreheads being split open. Butler wasn't permitted to see it since he was on the other side of the door. But those 2 had died again, and this second time they lay not an inch apart from where they had lain last time, with the exact same blood spray as before.
バカ野郎そんなめちゃくちゃで殺せてたまるかよ
殺せるともこのように殺せるとも
Suddenly, they were no longer in the hall but seated at the tea party they had started. Everyone but Butler was sitting meek, but Cannon was moaning, fresh blood dangling from his mouth. What's a rude thing to do at a tea party? Satan's stake was buried deep into Cannon's chest.
カノン君カノン君くそー
Walter was the only one getting agitated. George, Jessica, Shannon, and everyone else was meekly hanging their heads like students being yelled at by their teacher.
カノンはさまつな怒りにとらわれ、わらわの宴を乱そうとした。怒りにとらわれやすいのは、お前の滞在を清め、悔いてやり直すがいい。
ベアトリーチェ様、どうかお許しください。カノン君は十分に反省したと思います。
よい、わらわは敬う者に寛大である。
ふざけるな！こんな三本芝居で俺がお前の存在を認めると思うなよ。何が1000年を生きた魔女だ。てめえのトリックなんざ1000年じゃねえ。せいぜい100年程度のミステリー界が作ったお約束の累積上にあるだけだ。魔法なんかじゃねえ。断じてねえ。事件の全ては人間とトリックで説明がつく。
我が1000年を人間どもの100年で語るか。よいよい。だからこそわらわは お前を気に
愚かなバトラー。
よすんだ。バトラ君、ベアトリーチェ様に逆らっちゃいけない。
Can I get Beatrice in real life? Shannon started moaning, holding her cheek. Maybe she had it too late. But apparently it wasn't a took thing after all. A slight redness spread across from the cheek Shannon was holding. It looked like that redness was causing Shannon unbearable pain. Her fingers were pressing in against her cheek and drops of sweat appeared all over her body.
シャノン、シャノン、しっかり、しっかり。どうしたってんだよ。くそ、なんなんだこりゃ。この赤いのは。
It expanded rapidly, covering half of Shannon's face. Then the stupid dunce butler finally realized.
頼む、バトラ君。故障だから。君が信じないから。信じないから。魔法が溶けてしまう。
For the first time in his life, Butler heard the sound, like a pomegranate splitting. The red spray even landed on Butler's face. Poor Shannon's face has been split in half, and her last horrible moments in that storehouse were repeated once again.
シャノン、シャノン。くそ、くそ。やめろ、やめろ、やめろ。シャを恥ずかしめるな。シャを恥ずかしめるな。
This time, the redness spread across George's entire body. It was like the beautiful cloud drawn by milk when poured through a black tea. It spread out and extended across his entire body. As it did, it seemed to give George increasingly greater pain. Looking at this bizarre spectacle, Butler was petrified as he frantically thought, with his pitifully clumsy imagination, about the nature of the strange death George and the rest were experiencing. Eventually, that redness reached the nearby Jessica as well.
やめろ、やめろ、やめろ。兄貴が何をした。ジェシカが何をした。もうやめろ。
Tinggal Maria ya.
なんかにくじけるんじゃ。否定しろ。バッキしてやれ。こいつは誰か一人でも否定する限り存在できない幻影なんだ。
大丈夫か、ジェシカ。兄貴。
George was no longer recognizable as a human. They looked like the pile of leftover meat after the good, delicious meat has been scrapped off to be cooked. The only thing that was even resembled a human was the shape of his lower jaw and ribcage. It was clear that Jessica, who was covered with a steadily strengthening redness, was approaching the same fate.
おお、バトラー、早くベアトリーチェを信じて。じゃないとみんなの魔法が溶けてしまう。
マリア、お前も全身に。
わらわは魔法で全ての死者をよみがえ。でもお前が信じない限りそれは真の力を持たないもっともお前ほどの男がこの程度のことで屈服することはあるまい。
バトラー、私たちは身内を疑いたくなかった。現実から目をそらしたから魔女に屈してしまった。
でもパトラなら魔女になんか屈しない。
ジェシカジェシカ
Poor Jessica met the same end. Just like George, she ended up like a butcher's leftover. George and Jessica were now so destroyed, melted, and mixed up it was impossible to tell them apart.
バトラ、泣かないで。ベアトリーチェは死者を何度でも蘇らせてくれる。だから悲しくないよ。だから死んでも。
The redness began eating into the whole of Maria's body. The foolish Batra watched and screamed.
てめえは許さねえ。絶対に許さねえ。何が魔女だ、何が魔法だ。俺は全身全霊をかけてお前を否定してやるぞ。何が
おい、
てめえを認めるわけにはいかねえ。俺をここまで敵に回しやがった以上、絶対にてめえだけは許さねえ。許さねえ、許さねえ、絶対許さねえ。よくもこの後ろ宮バトラーを敵に回しやがった。何が何でも貴様を否定してやるぞ。どんな不可解だろうと全部人間で説明してやる。てめえをこの世から細胞のひとかけらまで残さず消し去ってやる。
よくぞ言ったぞバトラとやら。それでこそ我が千年の退屈も紛れるというもの。さあ説明するがいい。人間とトリックとやらでセットして人間の身の程を知るがいい。それでこそお前を屈服させる楽しみが増すというものよ。さあ聞こうバトラとやら。
おー、kita ini.
6人の殺し方はシャッターはレシートの封印はチェーンの密室はカノンのボイラー室は源氏たちの客間は夏日の自殺は碑文の謎は隠された黄金のありかは。さあバトラとやら人間の力を見せてもらおうで。
Ding, 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 ding. Terus kita episode 2 ini sekarang. Ya kan?
Aduh.
Bro, if I see Beatrice like that, damn. Would do what Kinzo do. Would kill
This
my
credit,
whole family.
This credit is actually spoiler. I see a character name that I haven't seen before.
I think it's just a guy working on it.
No. There's cast apa di bawah nama Beatrice. Tadi gue sempat lihat ada nama karakter lain yang actually belum pernah nongol sama sekali dari kemarin malah. So there is actually outside people. My theory proven right because of this. Fuck you guys. Okay, at least I want to see what happened in the beginning of episode 2. Just to see what...
Wait. Why are we playing episode 2? That's Tea Party number 2. See?
Oh my god.
Bawah Tea Party. Yang atas kan buat kita. Yang ini buat for those who are not human.
次は何の紅茶を入れようか。
Oh, see?
梅干し紅茶。梅干しは1
There's a lot
パ
of
ック200円のやつよ。
千年紅茶をたしなんだが、そのようなものは知らぬ。つくづくこの世は生き飽きぬものよ。
ベアト、そんなにも敵意をむき出しにしなくてもいいの。私は単なる旅の魔女。あなたの領地のルールを犯しに来たつもりはないわ。
Is this reference to another of Ryukishi another game, or is this actually important to the plot?
伝説の魔
I think
女
it's important.
ベルンカステル教に
I think it's
そうそう
important.
Kan saya
気が
saying
気でならぬだけよ。
that dulu jadi rilis
Lady Burn Castle.
Nah itu nama yang tadi gue liat di akhir credit tadi.
The Witch of the Fragments, who have lived 1,000 years. It is said that she lives in a world where the concept of fate and possibility can be visualized. She observes the fate of humans and sometimes interferes. In other words, sometimes she is you and sometimes she is your only friend. Understand? She likes wine and spicy food. She hates boredom and people who never learn.
Katanya Plamnya Rika dari Higurashi. So she is actually reference from another Ryukishi game.
Bro. Should we watch Higurashi together, guys? People in the chat. Chat, should we do a watch party, chat?
Oh my.
Look, I love the lore right now, right? I'm intrigued. I want to know more.
その無力な魔女殿が何人たりとも寄せつけぬ力をお持ちなのだから恐れ入る。かの大魔女ラムダデルタ教を短期にて退けられたのだから。
コンクラベに勝っただけよ。あの子が飽きただけ。
Yeah, chat, we can do a watch along. Watch along if you
ラ
want.
ムダデルタ教
Higurashi.
はそうは言ってなかったがな。過ぎた謙遜はかえって醜くもあるぞ。
Can you
ベルンカステル
can you comment on our tweet? Long live Beatrice if you want to watch Higurashi together
あ
again.
の子は恐ろしい力を持っている。一人を必ず殺す力。しかしこの世に必ずは存在しない。一をいくら割ろうとも決してゼロにはできぬように。あの子はそれを限りなくゼロに近づけ、限りなく絶対を生み出す力を持つ。あんな恐ろしい魔女と戦うのは二度とごめんよ。
Again? Again?
しかし
We should watch Higurashi.
ゼロでない限り必ず
Bentar, gue
成就
masih
さ
ke
せ
bawah.
る力を持つ。
Chat. What if we have anime Mondays or something where we can just watch together in... Wait, I don't know if Fulpo has a... Lambda Delta mention. Where is Lambda Delta? What you mean Lambda Delta? Am I blind?
kembali.
Yo.
この世に必ずは存在しないとのたまう今日ご自身が恐ろしい恐ろしい。
一人を無限に殺す力。私はあなたの方が恐ろしいけれど
ご冗談を。そなたから見ればこんなのはさまつな力。褒めても何も出ぬとはまさにこのこと。
世辞は滞在日替わり。私はかけらを渡り退屈から逃れ続ける逃亡の旅人。あなたが面白そうなことを始めたと聞いたからやってきただけのこと。あなたが面白くなくなったら勝手に出ていくからご心配なく。
大ベルンカステル教にご降覧いただけ。このベアトリーチェ強烈至極に存じるぞ。してご感想を。
ラムダデルタはとても残酷で恐ろしいけれど理解できる子だった。あなたは一見慈しみがあるけれども全く理解できない。だからあの子よりずっと恐ろしい。
What the fuck is happening, bro?
気まぐれなのは我が勝負。許すがいい。それに気まぐれなるサイの目に運命を託すはベルンカステル教も好まれることだったのでは。
私はサイを振るときはっきりと出したい目がある。あなたとは違う。でもあなたにとってはすべての目があなたの手のひらを出ない。そしてどの目であってもあなたの期待を裏切らない。サイコロが何の目を見せようとも必ずあなたは満足する。その意味においてあなたは私をはるかに凌駕する。あなたとだけは戦いたくないわ。あなたの中にはゼロしかない。だから私の力ではあなたから勝機を得られない。最悪の
What the fuck is going on?
ラムダデルタなら逆に相性がいい。
This is, one of those high intelligent being speaking with high intelligent being that us lower intelligent being can comprehend.
I know, but what is the maker of this game trying to tell us by showing us this? That's what I want to know.
They are telling us to play our other games, or something like that.
They're telling us to watch Higurashi, guys. Please like and retweet and comment in our tweet. Praise Beatrice sama and we'll watch together Higurashi.
I actually hate the idea of watching Higurashi.
What the fuck? What's wrong with Higurashi?
Because there is so much unnecessary violence in that.
Okay. You don't like violence?
Yeah. What the fuck do you mean?
I like action, you know? We like more.
I'm speaking of in terms of violence that can make you something like that, that can make you ngilu or something like that.
I can assure you, my streamer, this will be important in the future episodes, katanya.
If you realize, Blee, her eyes just
look at us. I know. She's been talking to us for a long time, bro. I know. I see. Aku juga ngerasa yang dia ngomong sama Batora itu, dia bukan ngomong sama Batora, dia ngomong sama kita. Yang kayak exactly like you, kayak you don't wanna believe there's a witch, right?
ベアトリーチェという名の存在を持っているけれども、だからといって、それは 一個体の女性とは限らない。
This is like the wise Kinzo and the man Kinzo all again. Oh boy.
意味がわかる？つまり、あれは人間の誰かじゃない。この世界のルールが擬人化した存在だということ。あの子を倒すには、この世界のルールを暴き、それを解きほぐさなければならない。それは例えるなら、ルールを知らないチェスを観戦しながら学んでいくようなもの。まずはチェス盤を見渡しなさい。そして駒の動きと役割に気づきなさい。そしてあの子のゲームの勝利条件を探りなさい。それらが暴けた時、そこにあの子の心臓がさらけ出される。あとは引き裂くも握りつぶすも思いのまま。私も気前がいいわね。かつて人の身だった頃、私はたったこれだけのことを気づくのに、これはベアトに囚われた哀れなあなたへのささや
No,
かな
Beato is the one trapped with us. If we don't launch the game, we will never know Beato. Fuck you.
Beatrice didn't know that they were being monetized in our channel and
Yeah.
she's losing.
あなたを閉じ込める赤狼を掘り抜き、魔女の目玉をえぐる武器にもなる。もちろん永遠の赤狼の中で水のようなスープを延々とすすり続けるのにも使えるだろうけど、勘違いしないでほしいのは、私はあなたの味方のつもりはないということ。あなたに感情移入はするけれど、あなたの手助けはしない。あなたがテレビの前でその向こうの人物にいくらエールを送っても届かないのに似てるわ。だから私が魔女だってわかるでしょ。私はベアトがこれから紡ぐ無限の物語を。でもきっとそれじゃ飽きちゃうから。私が飽きないため、私は世界で一番残酷な魔女なの。どんな相手でも絶対に屈服させる無限の魔女、ベアトリーチェであってもね。お前は私の駒よ。せいぜい頑張りなさい。あの子の目を盗んで時折助言を与えるわ。私を退屈させないでね。
Kind of pretty.
Yeah, at least I want to know what happens in the beginning of the episode 2. Or is there some extra stuff that is I just want to see what happens. Yeah, I want to open that. This is literally promotion for others now. Next episode lock has been removed. Oh, that's why awalnya di lock terus tadi gua unlock. Jadi so that was a mistake on my part to unlock the second episode.
You were supposed to watch it first, bro. You got so you want episode 2. Good morning.
I want to see what happens.
The Golden Witch eagerly awaits your arrival. Were you able to get a good rest and perfect your strategy? The witch expects a lot from you. More ready to launch an assault right from the start. I also look forward to seeing your strategy. The difficulty level is extreme. The witch intends to make you surrender all at once.
Why is there difficulty level? What's the difficulty level?
Berarti ini makin susah kita nge-explain apa yang terjadi. Kayak tadi kan episode 1 kan sandar. We can kind of see what could happen in human way. Berarti episode 2 murdernya akan lebih obscure gitu loh. Story very obviously fictional and fantastic in nature.
ほら、ジョージ様、見てください。かわいいですよ。ほらほら。
What the fuck?
Shannon found a pair of hammerhead sharks swimming playfully in the tank.
Gue cuman
As excited as a grade schooler seeing an aquarium for the first time.
At least gue cuma pengen tahu how the fuck do we return from episode 1 with all that shit now.
本当に可愛いね。
And why the fuck no
Why is bro in the military now?
Why the fuck bro has dog tags?
食べちゃいたいくらいだよ。
Why is bro in the military?
そんなのかわいそうです。知ってますか？水族館に来て美味しそうなんて言い出すのは世界中でも日本人だけなんだそうですよ。
そうなんだ。アメリカ人でもイタリア人でもきっと食べちゃいたいって言うと思うよ。
その
似合ってるよ。その服、本当に。
Iya, aku dengerin George aja. Shannon clutched at her chest with both hands, embarrassed. She apparently felt like she was being fun of for wearing these clothes. Though George's face didn't show it. He'd actually said something so completely unexpected that it surprised even him. Masih kah? Putus kah? And he was as embarrassed as Shannon on the inside. However, when he saw how embarrassed Shannon was, bro doubled down. He started to imagine he was the girl he liked. And instead of embarrassment, a ticklish amusement welled up in him. No, he wasn't just imagining. He really was teasing the girl. Before now, he wouldn't have expected to hear a line like that anywhere, not even in manga or something. In fact, if he had seen another couple acting like this, his first instinct would be to start throwing rocks at them.
What the fuck?
But even if someone were to start throwing a rock at us now, I'm sure they'd be no different than confetti celebrating our relationship. Now, I can't even remember those lonely days when I felt jealous of couples who were completely oblivious to their surroundings. To use an old-fashioned phrase, these really are rose-colored days I'm living in. I'm so entranced that I barely noticed that massive tank in the world's largest aquarium. Instead, all I see are the expressions fitting across Shannon's face as she plays with the fish.
すごいですね。クジラを泳がせることができる大水槽なんて初めて見ました。
この大水槽がここの最大の売りだそうだからね。なんでも世界で最大なんだそうだよ。
そうなんですか。それはすごいですね。本当に素敵です。水槽じゃなくて、まるで海の一部をナイフでスッと切り取ってここに運んできたみたい。
そうだね。これはもう立派な小さな海だね。
Despite its size, I hadn't thought of the tank as anything more than a tank. It shoots stuff. That's why I found her metaphor so interesting. No matter how far humans broaden their experience, they always end up viewing the world through the lens of their own value. Maybe that's why it's so interesting to interact with people who have different worldviews. I voiced my thought on it. She responded.
確かにこれは本当の海ではないかもしれん。でもここに泳ぐ彼らが海だと信じたなら、これは確かに海なんです。
Just like us believing in the witch.
Oh my god.
たとえ有限の水槽の中だったとしてもね。
海だって有限ですよ。仮に無限だったとしても、私たちは生きているうちに どれほどの広さを行き来できるんでしょうね。きっと
Geli banget ya George aja. Coba ganti ke ini ke yang biasa, ke arti yang biasa.
確かに
Ya nggak bisa.
Nggak tahu kan.
Nggak bisa. Ini habis di patch udah nggak
皮
dihilangin
肉
fitur
な
itu
話
aja.
だね世界はこんなにも広いのに僕たち人間のほとんどは自分の国からも出ずに生涯を終える。
そこが完成された世界だと信じられるなら、たとえ狭い井戸の底だったって立派な世界で海なんです。そこに住むカエルにとっては。
Shannon, who spent her days as a servant on a small island 10 kilometers in circumference called Rokkenjima, so it still exists, said that with a turn of the golden witch. Alright. You gotta click it, my guy.
No, I don't need to.
Ushinomiya Batora.
Press space and nothing happens.
Ushinomiya George, Jessica, and man, I kind of want to go to aquarium with all of them.
I've actually never have gone to aquarium for such a long time. The last time I go to aquarium, it's like in my elementary school. So
Kind of wanna go there.
emang di Bali nggak ada?
More like not in my area, you know. I know in Denpasar there is, of course, there's thing exists, but I'm like in the middle of fucking nowhere, bro.
Nanti pas ke Jakarta ajak buat ke aquarium.
I don't know if.
Coba aja dulu. Gue juga pasti dia marah-marah.
Kenapa Jir? Kenapa dimarahin Jir?
Coba aja dulu.
Kenapa dimarahin Jir? What the fuck? I will clip this and send it to him.
Do you need a time prep for session? Yes, I think we have just open one of those can worms of shit yang unending worm.
Exactly. That's why I like we think.
So it is my theory. My theory for now. This is either a different timeline or this is the same timeline, but the entire thing that happened in previously is just retcon by Beatrice somehow, I don't know.
Berarti inheritance stock-nya happen but none of the killing happen.
Yeah. Because kalau gue bilangnya ini, kalau bilangnya kayak apa? Kayak ini waktu yang sama cuman di loop doang, nggak mungkin, soalnya tiba-tiba George-nya punya dogtag kayak bekas veteran war gitu, which is George sebelumnya nggak punya sama sekali gitu, dan nggak ada dia nggak pernah mention itu sama sekali di sebelumnya.
Bro was business, not a fucking military. I think it's a different time. But yeah, when will we continue episode 2? No one will know, but make sure tweet hashtag Fian Saturday to see how excited you are for episode 2 of Umineko, guys. So the more tweet we find in the hashtag Fian Saturday, the more likely we are playing. The more likely. I emphasize likely, guys. Take screenshots or clips of our Umineko episode 1 stream and share the love.
Beli mau sesi gak bisa beli mau sesi.
Aku akan screenshot what you said, Plum, and I will send this to Bono so that Bono will, will punch you instead. Not gonna punch me. I need this. Guys, if you need more Umineko, please comment, like, subscribe, whatever the fuck that YouTubers do nowadays. Do we need to do that?
Yeah,
we don't really sell our
for
show.
exposure.
We don't sell our show,
no,
guys.
No. We gonna get sponsored by Ryukishi next game. Called Loopers 2. Can't wait for that game.
Well, let's go, Loopers 2.
I'm gonna die for real if they actually make a game called Loopers or something time relevant just to make just out of spite kayak ini orang-orang bilang Loopers jelek, gue bikin gue bikin cerita sambungan dari Loopers, jadi semua orang yang mau main game ini harus main Loopers dulu. Fuck you. Oh my god, imagine.
Dah gue like bohong ya Shiro Luka, di aku like-nya masih 0. Kamu usut ski. But yeah. Kita lihat.
Bono ada di atas tuh, Bono ada, gue tag, gue screenshot, gue tag.
Dimarahin lagi nanti sama Bono. Bono udah marah kemarin anjir. Gue like bener jir, what the fuck. Berarti YouTube yang bohong, bukan kamu. Bukan Arak yang bohong, guys.
Bono. Nah, kata plamnya disuruh gak usah sesi lanjut VN Saturday. Gue belum save by the way.
The Light of the Cold Queen. Jeez.
Kenapa ininya beda banget?
Apanya? Really are married.
Family tree. Eva and Hideyoshi's sons, an affable young man like everyone in the family. He is currently studying as an assistant for his father's company, and it seems he dreams of making it on his own one
What the
day.
fuck is the dog tag for then?
As of the four cousin, he acts as the leader and arbiter. As a young but experienced servant, she normally calm and perform her jobs efficiently, but she messes up when she gets nervous. Furthermore, she is nothing more than a pseudonym, and she uses it when on duty, not her real name. Ya, nggak gitu. Bohong anjing. Nah, kalau itu terima kasih sudah mampir di VN Saturday ini. Dia aja jerga sesi maksud dia belinya sama gue lanjut, otomatis DM kalian gak ada dong.
Malah berantem aja. Come on, we got a show to end. Let's go.
Okay. So, yeah. We gotta end. We end.
Janet. I hate you, Umineko.